Yes, okay.
We know each other. I'm just
Yes.
introducing myself because I haven't met
met the new council members.
Oh, yeah. Well, one went to the restroom, and we're going to get started here. So, yes, he's out. So it's his wife's birthday, and I'm like, yeah, you need to. I guess he came in after his wife was still in the hospital, and she like threw some. And I'm like, yeah, even though she told you to go, you got to know, don't go.
I must have forgotten it.
Don't come to.
And so Jenny,
Like, what? He's like, yeah, I learned that the hard way. It's like, So take today.
no, I know that I had it in my laptop bag, and I was like, I haven't.
Okay.
And I was like,
Okay. I now would like to call the March 10th, 2026 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel, longmontpublicmedia.org/watch, or Comcast channels 8 or 880. Let's begin with a roll call.
Mayor Hidalgo Faring,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy,
Present.
Councilmember Christ,
present.
Councilmember Kalkofer,
Present.
Councilmember Marsing, Councilmember Popkin,
Here.
Councilmember Prieto.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In accordance with the City Council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as followed. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address on the sign-up sheet before the meeting, or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for the specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak during final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. And now we're on to approval of the minutes for the February 24th, 2026 regular session.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
So the motion to approve the minutes as written or to approve the minutes are made by the Mayor Pro Tem McCoy and seconded by Councilmember Christ. Do we have any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, so let's do a hand vote. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so that motion, that carries unanimously. We are now on to agenda revisions and submission of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. And before we begin, I am going to augment today's agenda to pull, staff has requested to pull item E, items 1, 2, and 3. And so I'll be pulling that, and we will be hearing a presentation and discussion on this item prior to item 10, ordinances on second reading. So that will be the change that I'm adding. And Councilmember Popkin.
Nothing on this. Nothing on that ad.
Oh, no. I'm just
Addition-
doing executive privilege, and we're
Great.
augmenting it. I'm letting you all know.
Fantastic.
So now you can go ahead and.
No problem. Great, thank you, Mayor. Then entirely unrelated, I would like to propose a motion to direct the Planning and Zoning Commission to evaluate which future zones should allow for new drive-through uses and recommend zoning and code changes, if any, to reflect Longmont's modern land use needs. I'll explain if there's a second.
Okay, I'll second that.
Thank you.
And go ahead.
So yeah, the brief context for this, we actually saw a couple updates to drive-throughs along the Main Street corridor, just code clarifications really just a couple weeks ago. And I discussed with staff if this motion was appropriate at that time and they wanted to treat this separately. this actually comes from multiple conversations that I actually had when I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission about a year and a half ago. We saw multiple drive-through proposals, mostly for fast food restaurants, in the same year, and and I was observing that actually they're allowed as a conditional secondary use in our land use code in 3 different zones, including some that are intended to be very pedestrian oriented. And it seems a little bit at odds given kind of where Longmont is growing and how we're growing in those ways. So my hope is that the Planning and Zoning Commission can take a more concerted look and see kind of if that's still serving our current needs, or if some changes or limitations further might be appropriate.
Okay.
More than happy to address more questions.
Yes, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. When is the timeline that we would want staff to bring this back to us?
Great question. I discussed with them that this could be, they would want to have a kind of a little bit of a community engagement process for this kind of a change too, maybe talk to some businesses as well. I'm not imposing with this motion, I'm not imposing any particular time crunch on this. I was thinking that it could fit more into their work schedule and the Planning and Zoning Commission schedule.
Great. I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Christ.
Do we, thank you, Councilmember Popkin, for the motion. Do we have any idea what the planning and zoning schedule is like?
Yes, I'm trying to think they have a slightly different work plan. They have some proposals that come forward. My understanding is that this would not overly complicate this, and it would actually complement a lot of conversations they've had in the past year or two. And I think there was a study session on this for the Planning and Zoning Commission, actually at my request before I was appointed to council. So I actually missed that on the commission. So I think there's already been some groundwork done there, and I think this would, at this point, council would be looking more for any specific direction or recommendation from, not direction, but recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission on what changes we might update.
All right, so this would complement what they're already discussing and maybe give them more clarity.
Yeah, I
they
mean,
could make a suggestion to council.
I think so. I think it relates to proposals they've seen recently and might continue to see, and the most likely areas where we'd probably see drive-thrus currently where they're allowed would be in regional centers, and those are expected to be more transit-oriented and more pedestrian-oriented as we go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Do you have a second item? Okay, I'm turning here. Very good. I do have a motion to direct staff to look into, so last week, we had a chance to listen to the county and to Dawn, our city clerk, on ranked choice or ranked voting. So looking at that piece, we've heard from several residents who were interested in this, and we also heard from quite a few that are not. So in moving forward, as this would take a ballot measure, I would ask council to support me in directing staff to come back with a price to run a survey, a community survey through our in-house survey system. I think it's Qualtrics, in order to get feedback, so we have something substantial on whether or not that this would be something we'd move forward in. Okay, thank you. So do we have any questions, comments? And it's really just to ask for them to come back with a price, how much it would cost to run a survey. So it's not moving forward with the survey yet. It's looking at what the cost impacts would be. And then we could decide if we want to continue with the survey and all that good stuff. Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quick, when do we want them to do that? Provide a price for the survey?
It would be at when
discretion?
staff, so the staff individual that would be working on this, I believe she's going to be out of the office when she comes back.
Okay, perfect.
So.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 5-1 with Councilmember Chris in dissent and Councilmember Marcin absent. So now we are on to, if there are no more agenda revisions or motions, We are now on to.
Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, there are revisions.
Oh, there
that
are,
we need to
oh,
go over.
here we go. Yes, yes, I will let you go ahead.
No worries. So the following revisions were made on March 6th at 4 p.m. Item 4A, minutes for the February 24th meeting were uploaded. Item 9E was added, the Innovative Urban Downtown Campus and Transit Hub at First and Main. Resolution R 2026-15, which is the intergovernmental agreement with Front Range Community College. Ordinance O 2026-12 was the additional appropriations ordinance, and ordinance O 2026-13 was the development agreement with Vertical Richmark. And then item 10A was corrected rules of procedure, red line, and clean copy was uploaded as well.
Okay, great, thank you for that. Does the city manager have a report?
No report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, and we have no special reports and presentations, so now we are on to public invited to be heard. The first person on the list is Ginny Schuster. Oh, and don't forget to turn on your mic.
Oh,
Yes,
good, thank you.
thank you.
Good evening, council members. Last week, there was a discussion about ranked choice voting, and I presented a case against it. So you can tell, Alex, this is my passion. So, because I mentioned it to him before the meeting. And here's what I saw. I saw professionally printed signs in favor of it. Now, I've been in the printing industry, and it looks to me as though that's organized money supporting that group. So I've got a question that I think should come up is how many times have those people voted in the current system? And the gal, I'm sorry I don't know her name, she went over the costs and times to change to RCV, and my understanding is that she was brought in or came in from Philadelphia, so this is all new to her. Something we all know is that budgets usually come in underpriced, and things usually cost more than they originally are quoted, and they take longer to get things done correctly. So I'm still against ranked choice voting. It undermines democracy, takes democracy out of voting. Ranked choice voting is an instant runoff with a mathematical algorithm redistributing the votes versus an actual runoff where the voter redistributes their own votes. And I feel this is wrong. This does not create community bonds. In a runoff, the way our voting system works now is it's the candidates who have to present their views again in a different light in order to build coalition. There's nothing wrong with the way we've been doing it for 200 years. RCV undermines democracy because it allows for a radical movement with little support to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Thompson.
Hello. My name is Nicholas Thompson. I live at 321 Place here in Longmont. I am relatively new to Longmont. I moved here from Missouri, and I moved here in July of last year, sight unseen, not knowing anybody. I just did a little bit of research on what I was kind of looking for in a community and what I thought might be a good place to live, and this is just kind of what I settled on, and I'm really, really happy with my decision. I'm very, very happy here. When I saw the pictures of McIntosh Lake with the Agricultural Heritage Center barn and Long's Peak off in the distance, I thought that's where I have to be. So one of the things that has made my experience overwhelmingly positive here is our public transportation system. In Missouri, Kansas City is a big city. You know, you would think they'd have public transportation figured out, but the system leaves a lot to be desired. Had a horrific experience at this time last year where I had a vehicle that was stolen twice. And so I just thought, well, looks like Longmont's got some buses. Looks like I can move out there without a car and figure out how to make it around. And I've just been amazed at the quality of life that I've been able to have without a car here and with our public transportation system. Ride Longmont is incredible. If we could increase the frequency of that sometimes you can't get a ride during rush hour periods, but amazing service, totally cool. Free buses like the 324. I'm able to, use the Bolt to get to Boulder and take the Flatiron Flyer to Denver to go to ball games, concerts, link up with the bus staying system. I mean, I've been able to go to Glenwood Springs and Frisco and Summit County and Georgetown and Idaho Springs and just all these places throughout the state, just totally on the bus. And it's been incredible. So I'm really, really excited about Front Range Passenger Rail. I'm really, really excited about the First and Main bus transit project because, I think about, John Denver said, they try to tear mountains down and bring in a couple more people, scars on the land. I hate to be another scar on the land, but more people are going to figure out the secret that is Longmont. We're going to keep growing. More people like me are going to want to be here, and I just feel like this kind of project is just, whether it's the transit-oriented aspect of it, of building more housing, denser housing, I feel like that's solving a problem on a micro level in our community. The bus rapid transit to Boulder is solving a huge commuter need in our community, and bringing the rail here is cool too. So anything we can do to make it happen, let's do it.
Great. Thank you. Nick Alfonso. No, it's not. I'm looking at it. Oh, and then that time change. We didn't speak forward.
Hi.
Yeah.
My name is Nick Alfonso, and I'd like to start with a story for everybody about my friend Daniel and his trip that he took back home to visit his family. While this visit brought a lot of joy and comfort, his hometown, like always, had a threat looming around every corner. Not a moment went by during this trip that he wasn't made aware of the threat of being watched and tracked. Around seemingly every corner of his hometown were facial recognition cameras, spyware on his family's mobile devices and computers, and most relevant to this council and the community members in the audience, automatic license plate readers. I want to focus on the automatic license plate readers in his hometown. Not only were these devices able to track his whereabouts while driving his family's car inside of his hometown, but they also tracked when, where, and for how long he traveled to other neighboring towns and whose houses he went and visited. At the end of his trip, while he was in the airport waiting to fly back home, the police were provided with all the information that they could have ever wanted about his day-to-day during the trip. They were then able to delay his travel home with harassment, threats of violence, and intense questioning about his whereabouts using pictures of his face and car gathered throughout all the different components of the oppressive surveillance network in his hometown. If this story sounds like a dystopian novel to you, I wouldn't be surprised. But don't be mistaken. This situation is very real for Daniel and all of the Palestinian people living under the boot of the Israeli occupation in Jerusalem and all throughout the rest of the occupied West Bank. Part of the system of occupation that the IDF uses involves testing out different equipment and strategies on the population that they colonize and then exporting them to other parts of the world, including right here in Longmont. Flock, Axon, and many other companies have been coming to cities across the country with promises of bringing safety through surveillance. They use language that sounds a lot like the rhetoric right out of the Bush administration after 9/11. They say that these cameras don't track you necessarily. No, they're used to track thieves, murderers, and other criminals, entries on a hot list. In other words, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. But the truth is, constant surveillance of your whereabouts doesn't make you safer, it doesn't make your neighbors safer, and it damn sure doesn't make our neighbors in Palestine safe either. These companies are capitalizing on the brutal oppression tactics pioneered by the Israeli military of constant surveillance, data storage, and profiling, and they will not hesitate to implement the same tactics right here in this country in every city that they can manage. All that the surveillance does is give more power to the police, federal agencies, and any other arm of the state, which takes away autonomy from me and you. For this and many other reasons that I haven't mentioned, I urge this council to not only cancel the city's contract with Flock and remove the existing cancers, but not to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Lance Whitaker.
Turn on the mic. Ding. Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street, resident for about 44 years. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this moment to talk. Yesterday was Get Over It Day. So if you haven't gotten over it, well, you're a day late. Today is Women and Girls HIV and AIDS Awareness Day, Pack Up Your Lunch Day, Blueberry Popover Day, and Mario Day. Chuck Norris and Carrie Underwood both share the same birthday today. So Carrie, if you hear me, give me a call. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Have a good day.
Thank you. Scott Stewart. I know.
Mayor, members of council, Scott Stewart. Maybe I'm not over it yet, but here we go.
Okay.
229 grant. I'd like to talk about the airport and the way the airport is being funded. It's an enterprise fund. It's supposed to cover all of its expenses. They're able to adjust the rates and fees accordingly. I'd like to read you something real quick. City Code 4.64.030 lease rates. Base lease rate shall be automatically adjusted annually. I don't know, we went through a little thing the other day where we saw for years we're not adjusting that base lease rate. It's in your code. So we need to do a little bit of a better job managing the airport. The problems that we've had with the AAB as far as their lack of input other than to say no to any kind of increase or any kind of accountability for the airport has kind of led us to the point where we are with the with questioning the validity of the Airport Advisory Board. If you go back to 2018, that 50% discount on the administrative transfer fee, which is what the airport relies on, it's part of their budget thing. They used to not do it. 2017, look it up. They didn't get a discount. They've been getting a discount ever since. It's over $600,000. Let's stop this. Let's treat it like an enterprise fund, adjust the fees accordingly, and stop relying on taxpayers to fund this mismanaged airport. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Scott. Okay, seeing no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard. And we are now on to item 9, consent agenda and introduction by reading by title of first reading ordinances. Can you please read the consent agenda for the record?
Second reading and public hearing items for all ordinances introduced on this consent agenda will be held on March 24th, 2026. Item 9A, Ordinance 2026-08, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2026. Item 9B, Ordinance 2026-09, a bill for an ordinance amending Section 15.10.020 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning the definition of family to comply with state law updates. Item 9C, Ordinance 2026-10, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a farmland lease agreement between the City of Longmont and Jerry DeBruyne for the Outlot B of Haas Subdivisions Replat B. Item 9D, Ordinance 2026-11, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 16 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning adoption of the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. And item 9E, Innovation Urban Downtown Campus and Transit Hub at First and Main. E1 is Resolution R 2026-15, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the state of Colorado on behalf of Front Range Community College for a master program plan for an urban campus in downtown Longmont. Item 9E2, ordinance 2026-12, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2026. And item 9E3 is an ordinance 2026-13, a bill for an ordinance approving a development agreement with Vertical Richmark LLC to develop and construct a mixed-use development.
Okay, do we have any council members wanting to pull items? Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull D.
Okay. Councilmember Christ.
I would like to pull B, as in boy.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
And I would like to pull E as an elephant.
Oh, it's already been pulled.
Well,
We're going
then
to discuss that.
I just wanted to say that.
Okay. Okay. Okay, do I have a motion to accept items, accept the consent agenda items minus B and D?
So moved.
Okay. The motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Do we have a second? E has already been pulled. I already augmented the agenda. Okay, thank you. That's been seconded by Councilmember Prieto. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. Okay. Yeah, I already, it's off that. Okay, so that carries unanimously. And we are now on to item E, the Innovative Urban Downtown Campus and District Hub at First and Main Station. Do we have a presentation? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Jen Newton, Assistant City Manager for External Services. I'm here this evening to talk about an exciting opportunity for the city that includes exploring an innovative urban downtown academic campus. Longmont has set the stage for development to catalyze new investment in the southern downtown core, an area that stretches between First Avenue and Boston Avenue to the north and south respectively on either side of Main Street. I'm here with a number of colleagues as well, including Sandy Cedar and Dr. Simpson, the FRCC president, to talk about 3 council actions for your consideration. The first of which is an IGA with Front Range Community College that will advance a master plan and program plan for the college as a first step to understanding how this campus could fit on this site. I will note that the attachment for the IGA transposed the name of the development team, and that would need to be fixed on execution. The second is an appropriation of dollars that are identified within the IGA for that planning work. And the third is a development agreement with Vertical Richmark for design of a mixed-use development, including the site for the campus, and also the construction of the First and Main Transit Center that will serve as the city's downtown bus rapid transit hub. So this is a public-private partnership among 2 governmental entities and a private developer group to share in the responsibility, risk, and benefit for the project. Vertical Richmark and Oz Architecture and Front Range Community College have already been working on this effort, and they've been sharing in that risk to get us to this point. This endeavor would not be possible without Vertical approaching the city because we don't have the discretionary dollars right now to purchase this property identified for the higher education campus. The city is putting in $50,000 that the city budgeted originally in 2019 and land owned by the Street Fund, which is anticipated to be used for the benefit of this project, especially supporting drainage functions. And we're receiving a shared benefit of exploring the opportunity to create a flexible urban learning center focused on STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, health technologies, advanced manufacturing, arts, and workforce aligned programs. So our partners, Front Range Community College, we have lots of folks in the audience representing Front Range tonight, which first opened as the North Campus of the Community College of Denver in 1968. And the first campus here opened in 1995. And then Vertical Richmark, which is a design build development team that specializes in public-private real estate partnerships and civic mixed-use development. And you know some of the projects that Vertical has been involved in previously, which is the Hotel Longmont and True North. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Sandy Cedar to talk about the history that got us here.
Thanks, Jen. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. I had the privilege of working the community involvement for both the Building STEAM plan alongside the Main Street Corridor plan. And, you know, I think so I'm the one that came up with the idea of calling it STEAM because of all the different uses that we might be able to put in this. So it is in the school district, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, but we also use the M for makerspaces and manufacturing and the engineering for education. We really wanted for people to get creative with what they might want to see in this area. So regardless of what you call STEAM, it's right. It's all correct. Cancel. There we go. In 2018, 2019, the City Council got serious about their vision for the next 20 years in Longmont. They created 2 vision statements, one for the people of Longmont that they hoped that they would thrive and have no need for food and shelter, that all those things, that they would be able to have those things and thrive in our community, which we're still working on. And then they also did a particular vision for places in Longmont. And this is the council vision for places. It still holds today. Several different councils have come and taken a look at this and made some changes here and there. But for the most part, the concept of being a vibrant economic, residential, cultural, and entertainment epicenter that is sustainable and respects the natural environment has always held as part of the City Council's vision since that time. The piece of this vision, at that time, the council goals included these 2 that are on the screen about being nationally recognized geographic center for all the things that may be STEAM, and then also bringing together everybody to be able to have higher education located here in Longmont, which of course it was at the time. It's still, you know, the Front Range campus today sits and is a huge piece of our community. This represents a whole new opportunity, however. So we had a couple related efforts that went along with the STEAM project, and that included, we did the community engagement also for the Main Street Corridor plan. You may remember that from this graphic here. The First and Main transitory development was already in its planning stages and was part of this. Of course, we had a big old flood that changed the whole landscape here, created a whole different look for Dickens Nature Area and Park, which you now see today completed. But what was so wonderful about this effort is that council really charged us to find out, what would the community love to see here? This was an underused area. We had all kinds of drone footage along the river, along the First and Main area, all the way to the sugar factory. And really people got to dream about what they would like to see in this area. So here's just one picture from that 2019 engagement, where we would take the maps out and ask people what they wanted to see. There was also a 51-member advisory panel that helped us to kind of create what the opportunities would be for the public to weigh in on. And this is one of the pieces that we took out to the community when we said, what would you like to see? We had community events, we had online engagement, we had a whole big survey and a brainstorming on our Engage Longmont site. And then we had 3 public meetings as well, where people could weigh in to what they'd like to see in this area. And what did they say? Well, they were real excited about the idea of higher education and makerspaces. A hotel, maybe in the downtown area, seemed like a good idea as well. It was really important to this group, to the community at the time, for mixed-use buildings. So things that could serve multiple purposes. Also to make sure there was parking and adequate transportation to this area, and this really vibrant mix of entertainment, residential uses, makerspaces, something that would be really vibrant and exciting for the community, as well as ways to get there and to get back, unless of course you lived there, and then that would be the best. So things like live-work units. This is right when, so this is pre-COVID, you may remember. So this is before remote meetings are as easy as they are today, and so it's kind of a new concept to be able to live and work at home. I think that's so exciting for me as someone who worked on this engagement project to see this actually beginning to happen with this higher education piece. I just thought this was fun. I think Jen pulled this picture. This is a picture that we used as a rendering in 2019, and this may very well be what it looks like, or maybe not exactly, but it's pretty cool. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Simpson, speaking on behalf of Front Range Community College. Good to see you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Dr. Colleen Simpson, and I serve proudly as the president of Front Range Community College. I'm joined this evening by members of our leadership team and the college community and those who live in Longmont. Tonight, I want to tell you who we are, why we are here, and why this moment, this partnership between FRCC and the City of Longmont represents something transformational for the community. The focus of the presentation tonight is answering the call, because that's exactly what we believe FRCC is positioned to do. Answer Longmont's call for a higher education hub right here in the heart of downtown. Oh, I went too fast. Perfect. So let me start with who we are and why we believe FRCC is the right partner for this work. Front Range Community College currently serves over 2,100 students right here in Longmont. These are your neighbors. The average age of our Longmont student is 29 years old. These are not traditional college students. They are working adults, parents, career changers, and first-generation learners who are investing in themselves and in this community. 72% of our graduates stay in Boulder County. When FRCC students graduate, they don't leave. They stay, they work, they build businesses, and they raise families here. The impact of our work stays local. And Longmont is our fastest growing service area. The demand for a credentialed workforce is accelerating, particularly in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, engineering, and the emerging technology sectors that are putting Longmont on the national map. FRCC is already here. We are already serving this community. The question is, can we serve it better? With a permanent, purpose-built infrastructure that matches the ambition of the city, we believe the answer is yes. And that is what this urban innovative campus will do for Longmont. Before I talk about the future, my arrows don't want to work with me today. Okay. Before I talk about the future, let me be transparent about our present. FRCC currently leases 144,000 square feet of space across 3 separate Longmont buildings. The cost for the college is $2.4 million each year. Projected over 30 years, that adds up to be about $112 million in lease payments for space we will never own, cannot fully customize for our needs, and could lose at any lease renewal. So that is our current reality, and it's not sustainable. Our current facilities have served our students and community well for many years, and we are grateful for the partnership that have made it possible. But education and workforce are evolving rapidly. Today's students and employers need modern, flexible learning environments, space designed for advanced labs, simulation training, maker spaces, and collaborative creative thinking spaces. Just as importantly, the type of space we no longer have does not match the needs of our learners. So that's the challenge before us. And this is why we are exploring a new purpose-built campus. And I want to share this is not simply an exciting opportunity. It is a strategic necessity for the future of our students, our workforce, and our community. And importantly, the type of space we have does not match the type of space we need. And so, as we think about our current state, we have also talked about what the proposed solution would look like. And at its core, this is going to be a sustainable equity building alternative to leasing. So what does this mean in practical sense? It means equity by design, locating campus downtown where transit lines converge, where community services are nearby. Workforce alignment means education and industry working side by side. It also means becoming a true downtown catalyst, bringing more than 2,100 students, faculty, and community partners into the heart of Longmont. That energy translates directly into economic activity, supporting local restaurants, retail, small business, and cultural venues. And finally, it means being future ready. And I want to pause on that one because it reflects something deeper than just building design. Higher education has a responsibility right now to meet this moment with intention. The world our students are entering is changing faster than any curriculum can keep up with. So we're not just building the programs we offer today. We are building the ones we haven't imagined. Flexible spaces, adaptable infrastructure, and a mindset that says, whatever comes next, FRCC will be ready. And so as we reflect on what the project goals are going to be, we want to ensure that these goals are anchored in data. The goals allow us to be responsive to the needs of the Longmont community. And the vision behind this campus means that these goals are simple. Education will be embedded in the fabric of the city. From there, we will design the future with flexible spaces. We will build learning models that meet students where they are. We will integrate workforce and employer partnership directly into the campus. And we will center a holistic student support and equity by design. We will treat technology as an infrastructure with robust digital connectivity. And we will continue to sustain designing a campus that is environmental responsible, financially resilient, and built to serve future generations. But out of all of these goals, the one that matters the most is that we want to be a college that will serve as a community and civic anchor for learning, innovation, and opportunity. And so how does this translate for the city of Longmont? And so we think about our academic focus areas. And our academic vision is organized around 5 focus areas. These focus areas emerge from data analysis, employer feedback, enrollment trends, and of course you heard the Longmont's economy is growing. So healthcare and sciences is one of our focus area. It's the largest, fastest growing employment sector in Boulder County. Arts and creative industries. Longmont's Art District is already a regional draw, and our campus can become a creative incubator within that ecosystem. Advanced manufacturing and technology. Longmont is a manufacturing hub, and employers consistently tell us they need skilled technicians in automation, machining, robotics, cybersecurity, and welding. Our business and entrepreneurship. We know that Longmont is a thriving startup culture. And so this campus can help prepare the next generation of entrepreneurs through applied business education, incubator partnership, and spaces where ideas become real ventures. And then, of course, there's engineering. With quantum research, aerospace firms, and renewable energy companies nearby. Engineering pathways at FRCC connect students to both our 4-year transfer opportunities with institutions like CU Boulder, and they also allow us to think about our technical careers in emerging industries. Today's careers are interdisciplinary. By bringing these academic programs together in a dynamic downtown environment, we are creating a learning ecosystem that reflects the real world. And that's how we prepare students not just for their first job, but for careers for the future. And so our why remains strong. Financial intentionality, student economic mobility, industry partnership, FRCC as a regional workforce engine. And this engine, we know, is going to help power Boulder County and the Front Range. And so as I begin to wrap this up, I want to share with you that our strategic plan at FRCC is anchored in this new innovation campus. When we think about our strategic priorities, learning without limits, a vibrant culture, success for every learner, college excellence, transformational partnerships, we see our innovative campus in this model. We know that this North Star is our guiding star here at FRCC. And so in closing, I would like to say, we've heard from our community, advisory panels, public meetings, surveys. The people of Longmont made something very clear. They want higher education to be part of downtown's future. FRCC heard that call. Together, the City of Longmont and Front Range Community College have the opportunity to build something that serves not only our students, but this entire community for generations. We are ready to be your higher education partner. We are ready to invest in our city, and we are ready to build this future together. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's do it. Let's maintain order. No, it's exciting.
What we're discussing tonight doesn't happen twice in the city's lifetime. We have alignment with Front Range and a shared vision. The city has supported finding a permanent location for Front Range for more than a decade. The Envision Longmont Comprehensive Plan specifically identifies a strategy to collaborate with partners to promote higher education. And as you've just heard, FRCC is excited to be downtown. So what are we talking about? I'm going to try with my cursor here. Right here, this row right here is First and the railroad tracks. And then this roadway right here is Boston. And then, of course, Main Street. On the left side of the screen is where the First and Main Transit Center will be located. And on the right side of the screen right here is where the master planned area for Front Range Community College is located. Within the IGA between the city and the college, the City of Longmont would lead and manage the identified scope of work to develop the master plan and the academic program plan. This planning effort will evaluate total space requirements and develop a concept design. The city will contribute, as I mentioned before, $50,000 first budgeted in 2019 for a capital campaign for Front Range Community College to advance this pre-development work. And Front Range will contribute $499,000 toward the pre-development work and campus planning. If council moves forward tonight, the city will enter into an agreement for the advancement of the consultant work with the developer. The city received an unsolicited offer from Vertical to partner with the city and RTD and Front Range Community College to develop a truly master planned area from First to Boston along Main Street. The benefit to the city of including both the transit center construction. So again, this is a different look at what we were talking about. This is the transit center location right here that's in the red and yellow hatch. So the benefit to the city of including both the transit center construction and the Front Range planning effort in the same agreement is that the developer can include the transit station construction in the basis for the anticipated work in the area east of Main, which lowers the cost overall. So on the east side of Main right here in the yellow hatch, this is what is identified as the SPA parcels, which is that master planned area. And then the area that's identified in green here is what is currently being proposed for the Front Range campus. Both the master plan and the construction of the transit hub will foster transit-oriented development that connects residents to employment, workforce development opportunities, services, and amenities. So here's another look, the master planning location for Front Range. So this is on, again, the east side of Main Street. The red hatch is the area that's being considered for the whole master plan development. And in this map in blue is where the Front Range area is. Actually, I'll just go back really quickly. So this hatch right here and this hatch right here, those are city properties that I mentioned before. So this is a view from Kaufman, the new Kaufman extension of the Transit Center hub, which you have seen before. Transit Center includes approximately 600 parking stalls, proposed to be 5 stories. There's a public-private partnership agreement for the master developed area that includes the construction of the transit hub that's on your agenda tonight, and the construction is planned to start later this year. So in summary, you have 3 items before you. Resolution 2026-15, which is the IGA with Front Range Community College, where the city is leading that master planning effort, and there's contributions from both the college and the city that's funding that effort. Ordinance 2026-12, which is the appropriation of those dollars into the 2026 budget, and Ordinance 2026-13, which is the development agreement with Vertical Richmark for the master plan of the campus and building of First and Main Transit Hub. And with that, we're open to any questions you have.
Okay, so at this time, we'll be voting on these one at a time. And what I'd ask of council is to reserve debate until after a motion has been made, so debate or comments. And then at this time, just questions. So I'm trying to make it as clean as possible. So if you have any questions, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I say a comment?
When we
Like
open a motion.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Uten, you got some emails from me, or at least one email. And so my concern was the renderings of the First and Main Transit Hub, because we had talked about a wraparound of the garage, and then the renderings showed that they would not have a full wraparound. And I'll just say that my concern is, I was recently downtown.
And is this a question or a comment?
It is a question,
So-
because I'm very much in favor of a full wraparound for safety reason. I had a senior woman say she hated to use the parking hub downtown because it's a single elderly woman walking alone into an open garage. And I thought, yeah, well, this will be fully wrapped because we'll have students potentially, and we'll also have seniors coming in and out of there.
So what's your question?
And so my question is, can we have it fully wrapped?
So this look is looking from Kaufman, because it is the rendering that we have that best shows the transit center itself. If we were to see the rendering from the other side, on the Main Street side, that part of the transit center would be proposed to be wrapped by mixed-use development, which would be commercial on the first floor and residential above, and that wrap goes around onto First Avenue as well. So on the north side of the transit center. So one thing to take into account is the way that the kind of the air handling system works for a structure like this. So having it open on one side is beneficial to the way that that's actually designed. We do anticipate that some of the uses that would be on the first floor of that commercial would maybe give some safety and security to the folks who are using that, but essentially there will be, it'll be an active space with residents and commercial that's happening all together. So while it will not be wrapped on all sides, it will be a vibrant and active center that is both transit and mixed use.
Will it be difficult for people to walk through that if they're not actually parking in the garage? In other words, there'd be, some fencing or grading or, that would make it hard to just jump in there. You know what I'm saying? To where there's only certain entrances and exits for pedestrians.
there will be, those dedicated entrances for pedestrians, as well as, of course, the entrances for vehicles.
For the vehicles, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just still concerned about the safety because I'm hearing this, and our population is growing older, and is more of a concern right now.
Yeah, I would also anticipate that this will be certainly well lit, and there will be buses coming and going, and we also have to make sure that we're accommodating the turning radius for those very large buses.
Right.
Okay.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have many comments, but I'll reserve those for later per the guidance. I have maybe 3 questions here, mostly for public clarification, but also for my own benefit a little bit. Jen, while you're up there, maybe a question for you and Harold. We recently had a conversation at this council about the proposed mixed-use innovation and redevelopment zone concept. The kind of broad area that we've been thinking about that application is the steam sugar mill area, which is highly relevant for this conversation. To what extent can, how do you see that conversation fitting into this urban campus and the multimodal and kind of first and main transit center aspects of this? How do you see these like layering into that broader planning conversation?
So we will be starting that process with the public engagement shortly, and Grant Penland is here and may be able to provide some more clarity about exactly when. I would say that the height that's of this building and other buildings that are anticipated for this area is accommodated, I think, with the existing zoning. However, there's certainly an opportunity for the height or the uses that are contemplated for that mirror zoning to take that into account. I do think that this might be ahead of that effort to actually get those changes into the code.
Yeah, and to be clear, I was thinking less height and more just use case situation in general.
Yeah, if I can jump in, I think the other piece is we're actually learning specifically on the transit station right now about design issues that we're dealing with. So we hate to show pictures because I'll tell you today, it just got redesigned late last week as we're trying to manage street width and circulation issues. And so I think to your question, there are a lot of things that we're learning as we're designing and developing this that can be incorporated into that MUIR process. Very similar to what we did with True North. And so for those of you that weren't here for True North, we actually went in as a PUD and intentionally did that to learn.
And for the folks who are here for the first time tonight, a PUD is
planned urban development.
Thank you.
And basically, because we knew we couldn't build it and comply with the existing code, but if you go through a PUD process, you can adjust those issues. That then led to the urban design standards. And so very much the same process of there will be a lot of learning through this.
And so now, so if I'm hearing you correctly on that, what we learned from even working on this project and maybe the Front Range campus project as well, we could then apply more broadly to other types of public and private construction projects that might happen in this area too, correct? Thanks. Am I allowed to ask Dr. Simpson a question too? Wonderful. Thank you for being here tonight and for that applause-worthy presentation. You spoke about a lot of the opportunities and advantages of this. Really excited to kind of see how this materializes. From your perspective, can you share a little bit more about how this locational change specifically would further enhance what Front Range Community College is trying to do? I get like building your own campus and kind of creating a bespoke opportunity here is one thing, but from a locational advantageous standpoint, how are you thinking about this?
Thank you, City Councilman. That's a great question. When I was talking earlier, I talked about the evolving needs of higher education and some of the limitations we have within our current 3 locations. Growth is something that we see is inevitable here in Longmont. This campus is going to allow us to grow. This campus is going to allow us to focus on the needs of Longmont's residents in terms of the 5 focus area and also create partnerships with businesses and industries. And I think one of the things it also allows us to do is to think about the economic engine of what our community college is. We're the ones that I always like to say we can be agile. We can pivot very quickly to the needs of our community. This particular location is going to be central. When I think about the transit hub, and I'll honestly share with you, that was one of my main attraction to this. The transit hub that would allow our students to even get to our other campuses for the future is also going to be a great opportunity for us. So those are some of the things that I'm thinking about right now as we think through this partnership on how it's going to be sustainable and how it's going to allow us to grow as an institution.
Thank you, Dr. Simpson. Yeah, I grew up in Maryland and went to the University of Maryland, and I think a lot of people forget how educational institutions can be anchor employers too. That was the flagship employer for the state of Maryland. I believe CU is the flagship employer for the state of Colorado. This could be the flagship employer for Longmont if it already isn't, or if it isn't already. So I love kind of that vision and how you're thinking about this. Wonderful, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Last question for staff. We had the images up there briefly on the maps, and I'm just curious if you could just walk us through. I've seen these maps a lot, but for folks who are seeing some of this for the first time recently from an aerial, can you just walk us through how the First and Main transit station and maybe the future urban campus for Front Range would connect into our greenway system?
Well, I don't know that this is the best map to do that.
Or talk us through that, orient us to this.
So essentially, you can see right here above the legend that these are like a trail system that goes in, if we could pan down to the south, that eventually and pretty quickly meets the St. Vrain and that Greenway corridor. So there's lots of opportunities. You can see the St. Vrain here in the corner of this map. There's a whole network of trail system that goes, all the way to Sandstone Ranch, for example.
Yeah, and remind us of just what's planned for the Kaufman Street corridor connection as well.
So the Kaufman, right here is where Kaufman would extend, so that this view right here is that roadway, and it'll look very similar to the way that the Kaufman has been rebuilt, that section that's right downtown.
Yeah.
And so this is that extension, and it goes through area that today doesn't have a roadway. So it goes through these properties, and will be right on the west side of the transit center.
And it'll connect all the way down to the Greenway.
Connect all the way down to the Greenway. Well, to Boston, there will be a trail connection
spur,
that can
yeah.
go. Yeah, a trail connection that can go here to this trail system that, as I mentioned, this is the Greenway system.
Great, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Good evening, Jen. Thank you so much. Just a question, just kind of thinking about how huge this is and how it's really gonna just like liven up this area of our city. One concern I have is just the impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. We don't have a lot of residential units nearby, but there are some kind of closer to the McDonald's, and then we have mobile home park, and I would anticipate, I'm no expert, but I would anticipate that there would be some financial impact, cost of housing rising, so on and so forth for those folks. Can you tell me if your department and planning and zoning and Front Range and just all of these stakeholders are including these neighbors or even our community and neighborhood resources team to really mitigate those impacts for those residents, so that way when we build a huge college with a nice transit center, that these folks are not pushed out with without any resources and support?
We certainly will do that, and we, as part of the grant that we received for the transit center, there is a component of that has some outreach, and we do have some intended outreach that will be in the neighborhood. There are, which is not part of this programming tonight or the presentation tonight, other affordable housing program projects that are happening in this general vicinity in the transit-oriented development area overall that would be either attainable or affordable, and there will also be market rate of housing as well. So there will be an increased number of housing units in this area.
Okay, and can you also tell me if we're sending any type of notification out to neighbors in this area, specifically in the Spanish language, to folks, just letting them know what's coming and how that might look, and potentially have conversations with them around impact and what they might, what they can expect in the next 2 years?
Hello, Councilmember Prieto, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. We have Dylan Zamora, who is one of our community involvement folks. He is the community involvement person, and he's been part of the Center of Excellence on this particular project. He's already asking those questions, thinking through what that might look like, as far as really engaging that neighborhood, not only in, what are going to be the impacts to you during construction, but how are the ways that you're going to be able to use this center as well into the future. So really trying to help people understand both sides of that. Well, what is it going to look like in construction? What might it look like into the future? How can you prepare for that? And getting some feedback on what are different ways that we can help to advertise that to the area that's immediately surrounding. And we will do that in English and Spanish.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that notification is not just being sent to landlords, but it is being sent to residents maybe who are renting those units. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Awesome.
To clarify that, there hasn't been a notification to date because it's pending whether or not council moves this forward.
Okay.
So that's, I think, part of, Jen mentioned she heard something where they said it's not on the development log. It's not, because this is really initiating the process to put it into that chain where then we go through our normal steps.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Harold. Sorry, those are the plans for it.
Perfect. Yeah, and I guess my ask would be that we are in communication with residents in those neighborhoods to let them know, so that they can start to prepare, because landlords can sell anytime, any moment, or raise the rents, and so it's good for folks to kind of have an idea as to, in 2 years, this is something that might happen, and how can I start preparing myself. And the city of Longmont has some wonderful resources to get people connected, whether it's purchasing a home, getting into other affordable units, etc. And so maybe we can include some of those resources on there. And then last, just putting a plug in here, I know that the rendering and the photos are not, again, they're going to be changing, but I saw some handy dandy solar panels on the top of that transit center. And so I'm just curious if we're looking to work with Energy Outreach Colorado. I know that they do kind of solar farming and providing energy for surrounding communities. Is that something that we're thinking of, or?
Yeah, so actually, again, very preliminary conversations. If council directs us to move forward, a few things that we're talking about is actually partnering with Longmont Power and Communications, reaching out to Platte River Power, and then as we think about the design on this site, looking at a large-scale heat pump system. We thought about geothermal, but not sure that it's there. And at the end of the day, the conversation is taking the approach to look at this site as and I'm going to call it a quasi-microgrid. Because a microgrid is fully self-contained. That's not what we're saying, but treating it as a quasi-microgrid so we can really build up the how we look at it from a sustainability perspective and how that fits into our overall goal of 100% renewable, and utilizing it as a distributed energy resource. And so maybe not so much Colorado, but a different group to actually tackle that, because that then does help with the operating cost on all these facilities.
Perfect, thank you. I was just thinking about kind of mitigating some of those costs for those neighbors, and how can we make it a little bit sweeter. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And seeing no one else in the queue, can we have a motion to, or if someone can move Resolution 2026-15? Okay. So the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem to move Resolution 2026-15, and it has been seconded by Councilmember Kalkoffer. Now, if you want to add your comment, is this a good time? Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited to support I can't see my comments now. Hold on. There we go. So I'm excited to support the Front Range Community College urban campus. I had the pleasure of, during the campaign, visiting Front Range Community College. Thanks to Chris for the invitation, and I was blown away. And ever since then, there was a bunch of activities during the campaign cycle, and Front Range Community College is a great addition to our community, and I think this is going to be a great addition to our downtown. I also had the pleasure of touring and seeing the quality of the construction of the hotel, and I'm excited for the quality of the construction for Front Range Community College campus, and as well as the transit center. So this is going to be a great gateway for our downtown, because right now the gateway doesn't look so great when you're coming in from the south. So I think this is going to be a great addition. One of the things that I would like and hope for is I want to ensure that the campus does pull people down the hill, because right now there's a barrier with 3rd Avenue and the hill bringing people down. I would like to make sure that we have, with these 2,100 students, I would hope that we have active ground floors with retail or like an urban format kind of campus, so we can attract people down the hill, because I know all the students and the staff will go up the hill. Let's try to bring the community down, because as soon as they see Front Range Community College, they're going to fall in love with it. And I hope that Front Range Community College continues to have open space for the community to come in, because when I came on to that campus, I was blown away. And I'm really proud to support this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Great comments, Councilmember Kalkoffer. I'll try not to repeat any of those. I actually wanted to, for some of our regular attending audience members here of the public, I just wanted to note, there have been many conversations over the last couple months where I think this group up here has said, pending staff capacity, and we want to try to make sure like this other thing that we're talking about doesn't, disrupt current things. This was one of the big things that we were being cognizant of, because we realized how many moving parts that are involved in this, and we wanted to make sure that this was done right if it's moving forward. And so I just wanted to share a little bit behind the scenes, pull back the curtain a little bit now that this is coming forward. We're really excited by this. I think it has one of the, when we think about transit-oriented development, sometimes that's a vague concept. I could see this as being one of the best examples in Colorado of transit-oriented development outside of Denver Union Station. And I think that's, and not to say that we want this to look like Denver Union Station, we don't. It's going to be our version of transit-oriented development. And I think that's what's really exciting, as we get to really make this our own. The connection to the Greenway for walking and biking, the connection to actual transit and well-connected transit into the region, the connection to our downtown businesses, shops, civic center, government. So just truly want to thank staff, Front Range Community College, leaders there, Vertical, for their efforts on that. For those who weren't fully following the hey, Vertical is a partner for True North and the hotel. That's the hotel that's being built right across the street from here. And True North is the project of all affordable and attainable for sale townhomes being built right south of Costco. So just to give some people a little bit more orientation of kind of what kind of partner they've been with us too. So really, really appreciate all of the hard work that's gone into this, and it's sometimes the late nights as well. So many times the late nights. So thank you. I will absolutely be supporting this.
Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to have this moment and just think of this as just such a moment in time, a moment in history where this group of council members are sowing, along with Front Range Community College, are sowing the seeds of success. And there's going to be just an incredible reaping of success from the students in the future here. And that it's that snapshot that we're going to look back at and think, wow, we were part of something really great. So thank you.
Okay, and I too will be supporting this resolution and the steps forward. Thank you so much for all of you and coming in with the ideas, just the vision for this piece. And I was on that was my first retreat as we went through that council vision and priorities and looking, language, just going through all the language. And yeah, it was interesting, but really it prompted me to look, okay, not just what we're addressing today, meeting our needs today, but what is it going to be in the future? So long after I'm done with this role, I've hung up my hat, passed the torch to the next generation, that to be able to be a part of that and see, and really the staff work and the community work to pull this together. So I will be supporting this, and I'm excited to see this come through. I think I turned you off. Yeah, no worries. I was just about to get us to vote, but I did it again, sorry.
She's like, you're not.
No, I'm trying to push your button, but my finger is hitting the mic off right below it. So
I also forgot to mention, I am a Front Range graduate here in Longmont, a first generation student for a graduate of college. And and I probably wouldn't be here sitting at this council table had it not been for Front Range. So thank you for all the work that you guys do.
And we're going to end discussion right there. Let's go ahead and vote. I like that, yeah. Okay, and that carries unanimously. And we are now on to E2, which is ordinance 2026-12. Do we have a,
So moved.
okay, so the motion has been moved by Councilmember Christ and seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Do we have any debate, or are we ready to vote? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item E3, ordinance 2026-13.
So moved.
And that has been moved by Councilmember Chris, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. And let's go ahead and vote. And that item carries unanimously. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's very exciting. I will note that this is the first phase for both of these agreements. We will be back, hopefully in the future. There's more work yet to do, so just didn't want everybody to think that this is the only time we'll be back to talk about this project. So we'll see you probably later this spring. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you. So now we are on to item 10, ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. So this is amendments to Rule 27 of City Council's Rules and Procedure regarding board interviews. And, oh, we'll wait for everybody to get out. Okay, great. Yeah, I know, I see Dawn trying to make her way down. No, I know. Salmon going upstream. Street.
That's about it.
Just done that in the hallways.
I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. And do we have any questions from council? So Don, did you want to present anything or go over anything?
I don't have a presentation, Mayor.
Okay. So we're going to go straight into questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, part question, part comment, but I just wanted to share for my colleagues when we get to, I won't make the motion at this moment, but as you might have seen via email vis-a-vis Dawn, I think we should be striking clause 27K to align consistently with what our previous discussion was. It is a substantive change, but I think it's fully aligned substantively with everything else we've talked about. With regard to, like, if we're striking council interviews, then we should just strike that clause altogether. So I'll just clarify with Dawn, is there any reason to take a scalpel to that and not an axe to that clause? I don't think so, but I just wanted to double check.
Can you clarify what K is?
K is the process that describes, is the clause that describes the interview timing and the procedures for council's specific interview, not the board interviews that are happening. That's 27K under the rules of procedure.
If you didn't find it, I have it. Do you want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay, so advisory board applicant interviews will be 10 to 15 minutes long, and commission applicant interviews will be 15 to 20 minutes long and may be held in person or virtually. And we struck the language conducted by city council, so interviews conducted by city council. So that language was struck, but the timeframes were still in place. And my interpretation was that it was for the applicant interviews done by the interview committee of each board. So,
Yes, though I think we
Okay.
have that discussion up under 27F already. I think that's where it's covered and
Okay.
says lasts no longer than 30 minutes, then facilitated by staff liaison. I think that's the process. Dawn, is that
Okay.
correct?
That it is sort of duplicate information in that way. They both define a time frame.
okay,
F1 defines a maximum length for the interview as 30 minutes, no more than 30 minutes total. You're correct in that K referred to the council interviews specifically. What might be useful there, and maybe not, maybe the 30-minute maximum is sufficient. Really, that is up to you all. What is here was distinguishing a commission interview from an advisory board interview and distinguishing that a P&Z applicant interview was longer than, a library advisory board member because of the meatier task before them, if you will. So it may not be necessary if they're all no longer than 30 minutes. That really is up to you all.
Got it. Thank you, Don. Well, I won't belabor this point. It feels extremely anticlimactic compared to the item we just discussed. My personal recommendation, I think it's covered by 27F, where we have last no longer than 30 minutes, and then we leave it up to each board and commission to not exceed that, but to have some flexibility. I don't see why that would be a problem. I'd suggest we strike K altogether, but would welcome other comments.
Okay. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree about striking K in its entirety. For F2, I would also like to strike at least, because right now, if we leave at least for the boards, that could open the door for the entire board to potentially be in the interview, and I don't think that's what our intentions were. I think the intention was 2 board members, staff liaison, and city council liaison, so a total of 4. Did we want there to be the opportunity for the entire board to be at the interview?
So, okay, I'm still looking. Oh, okay, I found it now. I'm like, wait, I'm still looking for at least, comprised of at least 2 members of the board.
I'm just nervous because, if it's a 7-person board, that's 9
Okay.
people. That's for a community, that's a lot.
Okay, so if we want to open or make a motion and then we can look to amend language and strike language, I think that would be the appropriate time for that piece. I'm just trying to think of, for clarity's sake. So you have that question posed. Duly, it's noted. Noted, yep. Councilmember Christ.
When I read F1, I think of it as the entirety. The interview process shall be as follows: last no longer than 30 minutes. And it's unclear to me whether you have 30 minutes to interview all the candidates, or you can take 30 minutes to interview one candidate. And for my preference, I prefer K, where it's pretty specific that it's going to be 10 to 15 minutes for boards and up to 20 minutes for commissions. Because I think if we're going as long as 30 minutes, that makes for a long interview process. For those doing the interviewing.
So, was your question asking what does last no longer than 30 minutes? Is it per?
Well, when I
interview?
read that, when you were saying,
Yes.
Mayor, that you read K a little bit, more
Yes.
specifically, I read this too generally, in that it says the interview process shall be last no longer than 30 minutes. And so I'm not quite sure how to interpret that. Does that mean all the candidates, or does that mean one candidate? So I prefer.
What was that?
I prefer
Was that
K.
that was not?
Yeah.
It was whatever we wanted.
They are your
I
rules, Mary.
imagine that these. When I was watching them, they were going longer than 30 minutes. So maybe when we move this, if we want to look to amend 1 as well. And we'll go with questions right now, and then when we open this up, we can look at amending language. Councilmember Prieto.
Just in response to Councilmember Kalkofer's question about the at least, so that was put in there because there was a complaint that not all board members were invited to participate. And so I think the spirit of it was all board members get to participate if they want to. And so that's where the at least comes from. So I think we want to keep that open to all board members, so none feel as though they were not invited and or give ideas to the board and liaisons that they don't have to invite. Just some clarification there.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Pareto. I feel that we want people to recuse themselves if they have some sort of conflict, like they were actually, applying for a second go of being on that board or commission. But we want, if people feel like they want to be part of this, we don't want to limit it there, especially when we have really only boards that are maybe 7 to 9 members.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to move this item so we can enter into debate?
Yeah, I would just like to say to folks, just real quick before I move it, and I'm happy to move it forward.
Then you can go on with comments.
Okay.
Yeah, just for
move
clarity,
that
just for efficiency.
We move this as presented.
Okay. And I will second that. And then now we can enter into, I'm just trying to do it for efficiency's sake,
you're
then
fine.
we can enter into looking at language, striking language, or adding language in.
I'm done.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. No, are you done now?
No, I'm not.
You're not, so
No.
continue now.
So
I'll
my
let you continue.
feeling is that we didn't get to the stage where we have red lines here and blue, possible language without having some input on this earlier. And I'm concerned about trying to rehash stuff that has already been hashed out. And I'm thinking that let's keep it here. Maybe it's just my time on council in 2 different types of councils. I think that you can always come back. If something's not working, this is the beauty of government. We can come back here and say, gee, this doesn't really work. I mean, we're here at this stage here because it didn't work. It wasn't working the way we wanted it to, and we wanted to define it. And I think that at this point, let's not keep hashing over because we didn't win the first debate on it. It's insulting to those that spent the time here to debating it the first time around to now get so that somebody can take another whack at it. I'm a little concerned about the necessity of that. If we didn't get our points across then, why are we convinced we're going to be able to get our points across now? So.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I fully agree with Mayor Pro Tem McCoy here. I'm not sure if you were referring to the clarification that I was bringing up, but I wasn't trying to change anything. I was just trying to make sure that this was consistent. So for the sake of consistency, I would like to motion to amend, and Michelle, I sent you the draft language via Teams. Motion to amend 27F1 to read, last no longer than 30 minutes per interview, period. Boards and commissions will determine specific timing for their specific interview process. That'll be the first amendment that I'll make to address Councilmember Christ's clarification. Then I will also then move to strike 27K.
Okay, so
separately.
with this particular amendment, Mayor Pro Tem, you had moved it. So with this particular amendment, do you find this a friendly amendment? And it was just adding clarity to item 1.
I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
And just to clarify, I'm not trying to amend his motion. I'm just proposing an amendment on the item, just to be clear.
So, yeah, so he moved, he was moving the amendments to Rule 27.
He was moving the whole item, I believe.
Yeah, so if you wanted to add that, I think so.
Yeah, but I don't think he gets purview over whether it's a friendly amendment or
Well,
not.
friendly amendment, then otherwise we would then vote
Oh, he
on
can
it.
just accept it? Yeah, that's
Just
fair.
accept it and then we don't have to vote
Sure,
on it.
I'm fine with that, if that helps clarify.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, there we go. Okay,
Yeah.
we're speaking the same language now.
Yes.
Great.
Okay,
Um,
continue.
Then great. If that's a friendly amendment, then I'll move to the next one, which is just move to strike 27K. Altogether, I believe it's all covered by 27F now.
So do you find, I think that adds clarity, but if you felt that,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, I don't think it changes the essence of our process. It doesn't change the spirit of it. I view it as it's adding clarity. Okay. So, do you agree, Don?
Regarding 27K?
27K, it seemed like it kind of either contradicted or overlapped with what one was saying. It was repetitive, yes.
Because of the restructure, there is
Yes.
repetition.
Yes, okay, so it's just adding that clarity. Okay.
Yeah, 27K it looked like before we made the strike through a couple weeks ago, it was focused on the interviews conducted by city council. specifically. So, and I could see the commission applicant, but we cover that now in 27F.
Okay. So,
Also friendly?
yes. Okay. Thank
Great.
you.
Then I am
Okay.
all set there.
Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, as well. I'm not trying to rehash anything. I just want to make sure that there's nothing unintended consequences from some of the language. So thank you for clarifying the at least. If we're okay with that, that's fine by me. I just wanted to make sure that we knew that by having at least, it opens the door for it to be potentially the entire board interviewing plus the two liaisons. So if we're cool with that, that's totally fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prieto?
I will be voting no on this and just wanting to restate my position, specifically and happy with the taking out the recommendation to council. I feel like if boards are able to recommend funding and vendors and everything else, they should be able to recommend applicants. And so I'm very displeased with us taking out that recommendation piece. I feel like this empowers our board members, and so I will be voting no on this today for that reason.
Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer, this will be your second time? Okay, I think I forgot to write it down.
And I appreciate what you said. I had a really hard time myself with removing the recommendation, and I really wanted to fight to put that back in. But when I was speaking to my family and to other folks about this, we are still giving the board the ability to provide us their recommendation. Even though they're not saying the name specifically, they're still giving their scoring on the candidates, and they're providing the feedback that way, even though they're not saying the name. And I'm still having a hard time with that myself. But we are still looking at their scoring rubric the same way. We're just not seeing a name. We'll be able to identify who their top candidates are based on their scoring and their feedback. But yes, there's no name.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
And this is my second time.
Yeah, I'm trying to write it down.
I wanted to address the clarifications first. I will be voting to support this, though I agree with everything that Councilmember Prieto said. And I did want to share some context. I'm only voting to support this now because we hashed this out before, and I was in the minority. So not going to try to filibuster anything here. But I did want to note that since we last had this discussion, I have had conversations with two of the advisory boards that I'm the liaison to, the Senior Citizens Advisory Board and the Transportation Advisory Board. Both, on both situations, when I shared just neutrally, just the updates, and just said a majority of council wanted this direction, I got fairly strong feedback that this was not the right direction to move and that they were displeased by that direction. So just wanted to share that with my fellow council members. Seems like we've already had that debate, and it's been asked and answered, but I know that many advisory board members, at least for the boards that I work with very closely, were not thrilled with this.
Before you turn that off.
Sure.
Question to you.
Sure.
Kind of going off. Did they specifically say what piece they were displeased about? Was
Yes.
it the whole thing, or was it which piece?
Great clarification. So I had shared, actually, because of the journey that these updates have taken over about 6
Yes,
weeks,
yes.
I've actually shared it with the original updates, many of the ones that were already in this, with all three of the boards that I'm a liaison to, Senior Citizens, Transportation, and Planning and Zoning, with the original proposal. Then since 2 weeks ago when we made that update, I've had the chance to share it with two of those three. And that was the only material change that happened. And that was the only time I got feedback specifically on that piece that they were displeased by.
Okay.
I'm personally not surprised, given the objections that I've raised before, but I do like the other amendments that we've made. And unless we are willing to open that conversation again, I'll be voting for this as a package.
Okay. Anyone who want to entertain? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. It was, who had seconded it?
No one seconded.
No, I thought Kalkofer had, no? Did I second it? I did, okay, thank you. See, I'm doing like triple tasking over here, keeping time and all that. It's like, I forgot who did that. Okay, that was me, so. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by myself. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that item fails, 3-3. So, okay, so all this work. So, yes, Councilmember Popkin.
Okay, considering that item failed, I'm thrilled, and actually quite surprised. I'll move to approve this by striking. Where did that go? I'll move to approve this, striking the last dependent clause on 27F6, which reads, "But the board shall not make a formal recommendation."
Okay, is this out of order to do? Can we re-entertain this?
No.
I thought when it was done, it was done.
I think we need to.
I thought this, when it's done, it's done. I don't think we can come in and.
Because there isn't a winning side that can reconsider.
Yes, the whole package.
It was the whole package.
They would roll back to what was.
Oh, it would roll back to what it was
Before.
prior to the amendments? No.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they remain
Wait, I'm hearing-
unchanged. Prior to this entire conversation. So the unamended, it takes 2 readings to change them. So roll back to what they were before any amendments.
For someone who was in the winning
No.
side could also reconsider.
There was no winning side.
No, well, it failed, so anyone who
parliament-
voted it down is the prevailing side.
Correct.
It ex. The motion was to approve as presented, and then there were two motions added, or 2 amendments added that were considered friendly. And then, so the whole package with the amendments was,
Sorry, I'm the resident Roberts Rules dork of the
Yeah,
office. So,
Please.
Mayor, members
Please
of
come
council, Tim
forward,
Hall,
yes.
Senior Assistant City Attorney. So I was just messaging. Friendly amendments are hard. They're not really a Roberts Rules vehicle.
your time is up, so. I don't want to hear it.
Good for me. The friendly amendments are hard. They're not really a Roberts Rules vehicle, but my understanding is it's essentially treated as a unanimous consent to amend the motion.
Yes.
Once you've done that, you're on the main motion, which is approve as amended, which you voted down, or you failed to pass, is a more accurate description. So having failed to pass that, there's no motion on the table. You don't have anything on the table. It sounds like Councilmember Popkin is presenting a new motion to amend the rules of procedure, which is
Bring it to, for Rule 27 again with an additional striking.
So are you? Can you speak the amendment that you're
Yes.
proposing so I can understand?
Well, I was
it?
gonna.
Strike this right here.
So my understanding is that
You would like to
the
move.
first motion didn't pass,
Yeah.
and so now other motions that are not duplicative can be entertained, if I understand Robert's rules correctly.
That would be my interpretation as
Right.
well. I think there's a caution regarding substantially the same motions, which it sounds like you're moving all of the amendments, but with a slight modification.
Another substantive modification, yes.
So then that gets to a point where it's a chair ruling. Is it the same motion, or that is just a duplicative of the last one, or is it substantively a different motion?
Okay.
Which is more.
So
of a
I
change.
can see, I guess it really depends on what the change is. If it changes it's a substantive change is what you're saying, then that does create a different, we're
It
voting
can.
on a different motion.
It
I was
can.
viewing it as Rule 27.
Yeah, so Robert's Rules in general in this section, I think, is concerned with kind of a disruptive member or kind of cohort,
Yes.
just putting the same motion in front of the board to kind of tie up the whole board.
Yes.
But, I think if there's consensus that you're trying to accomplish something
Yes.
and it's kind of in order with what you're trying to accomplish, I think that's more of a chair ruling
Okay.
on whether or not that's in order.
Okay.
Subject to.
So, I find this in order, considering that the amendment or the change that's coming forward is substantive.
And so you might want to speak the motion so everyone understands what the
Yes.
motion is.
Happy to. And I also
Yes.
think that we run into far fewer risks here because we're changing our own procedures and not like a
Yes,
city
not
policy
the city
here.
policy.
There's quite a bit of latitude about
Yeah,
changing your
yeah.
own bylaws
Okay,
or
great.
rules.
Then I will motion to approve this. Let's see, item 10A, with 3 amendments. One, striking 27K. 2, updating the language 27F1, as I had sent to Michelle before, which reads. For interviews to last no longer than 30 minutes per interview, boards and commissions will determine specific timing for that specific interview process, and then striking material here under materially. So striking under 27F6, but the board shall not make a formal recommendation. Which I believe was the substantive
Okay.
point of disagreement.
So it's just the
before.
final clause, the final.
Correct,
but
the last dependent clause on page 12.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept Rule 27 with changes to items F1, FK, and striking the final clause of F26. Is that correct? F6, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Could
Yeah.
I clarify, Mayor?
F6, yes.
I understand you have a second there. Councilmember Prieto seconded that. The intent of striking that, what are you hoping to see or not see based on that strike? Just for my own clarity and running
For
this
F6
process.
there?
Yes.
I believe that was the language that was added at a previous meeting. I believe from
Last meeting,
Yes,
correct.
yes.
Correct, to remove the formal recommendation that a board would be not making anymore. I believe that's the only place in here where that specific language was added, but if I'm wrong, I want to make sure that this is consistent.
That language was added, like, that's correct. What is your intent? Do you want a written recommendation from the board or not?
Oh, yes.
Because we
Yes.
unwove that.
We don't
sorry, I
have
see.
it stated anywhere.
Okay, and then
to me, it
sorry,
creates
thank
confusion
you.
for
So
my
there was
office.
one. There were 2 other places where this is relevant.
There were various other places.
Sorry,
Yes.
Mayor, if you'll permit me just to.
Yes, was it item 4?
It was 4 and 5 actually. There were 2
recommendation.
strike throughs and provide
It's
their
in
recommendations.
F. It's in base F. This is where I think we might need a timeout in Robert's rules because
Yes.
this has been passed. You voted and passed to strike those
Yes.
On first reading, to my
on
knowledge.
first reading, right?
first
That's
reading.
where I'm confused. Because now we're backtracking. Could we have a moment?
Yes, yes. Should we take a 5-minute break?
That'd be great.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Jeopardy.
Okay, let's go ahead and reconvene. Okay, can we have some clarity?
Mayor, members of council.
Yes.
So to recap, what has happened is you had a first reading that passed on first reading. It was a motion to amend your bylaws that passed on first reading. We're now at second reading. That second reading had a couple friendly amendments, and then you had a vote on that motion to amend the bylaws. That vote failed to pass. So that item is done. So where you are at now, it sounds like some members want to discuss amending the bylaws further. There's a couple options available to you. You could go back to first reading, essentially make a motion to amend your bylaws, start fresh, and do the whole process just like we did. Or one of the people who voted in the side that did not prevail could do a motion to amend or to reconsider.
That prevailed.
Sorry,
On
that
the
did prevail.
prevailing side, yes.
Every time. So somebody on the prevailing side could do a motion to reconsider. You would do a vote on the motion to reconsider. And once you have voted, if that passes, then you go back in time to immediately before that vote on the amendments to the rules of procedure. At that time, you could then move an amendment if you'd like to have a conversation about a slightly different amendment to the rules of procedure. So two paths end up at the same place, but one takes more time.
I would highly recommend if somebody on the prevailing side would like to reconsider, Councilmember Kalkofer. Oh, I'm sorry, did we left? Oh, was he still at the floor?
I believe that's where we last
Well, that's where we left off, okay. Well, thank you, Councilmember Popkin.
Previously on season 1. Thank you, Tim. Tim, can you stay up here for a second? I have a question about Robert's rules on this because I guess you're saying because this was the overall item was voted down, we're not at the point where we could make another materially different motion related to this item. Is that correct? That's your interpretation of where we ended up?
You could, but then you'd be at the beginning of the process because it's an amendment and it would follow the same procedural steps.
I tried to prompt you all before that we could make this discussion, but okay. Then I hope someone on the I was willing to be a team player on this and get all the other material changes through. Didn't like where this is going. I will yield my time.
Okay, so Councilmember Kalkofer.
I don't know what the official words that I have to say, but I'd like to change my mind on my previous.
Reconsider?
I'd like to reconsider my previous vote.
You'd like to raise a motion to reconsider?
Yes, please.
Was he
I was
He
the
was
nay.
the negative. So somebody else who also voted nay would need to second, correct?
No, I don't.
I don't believe the second.
The
needs to be-
seconds is okay?
It just
Okay.
needs to be seconded because
Okay.
because it's procedurally protected by a vote of the whole.
Got it, okay. So that motion has been made to reconsider, made by Councilmember Kalkofer and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Okay. Let's go ahead and we're voting to reconsider at this time.
And just reconsider. And to remind the council, this would put you directly before
Before the
that vote
vote.
on the
Yes.
on the main motion. So it would
Yes.
stand as amended with the friendly amendments.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so let's go ahead. Yes, let's go ahead and vote. Okay. So, and that motion carries 5-1. So we are now at the point of time, amendments to Rule 27 with the two friendly amendments to, nope, we're right at the main, before the vote and before the amendments. So we are now back to the beginning of the meeting.
No.
Back in time.
As I was saying earlier,
Yes.
you were treating those friendly amendments as essentially unanimous consent.
Yes,
So,
yes.
So you are after the friendly amendments,
Okay.
but
so
before
we are
the
after
vote
this.
on the whole thing.
Okay.
But they can be amended further.
This is a great exercise. Okay.
I wish there was a class to see this.
Yes, I
There
know.
is. It's
I
on-
know.
they're watching.
Okay. And then Councilmember Kalkofer, are you done? thank you. And Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tim. Tim, I have a question. Councilmember Prieto and I were just debating this. Since we are now at the original friendly amendment,
Yes.
any other amendments can be still offered, right? We are now at the point of a discussion on the merits of the original item.
Absolutely. So you are still in the discussion of the main motion, and you can continue to have further amendments and any clarifications.
Thank you. So,
With that, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, I'm curious if you'd accept as a friendly amendment, seeing how the votes, with a crystal ball in mind here, seeing how some of the votes played out before, if you would accept a friendly amendment to, let's say, revert Section F, broadly speaking, to still allow for a written recommendation from the boards. I believe there was a 3-3 vote before. I was not loving that, but I was willing to play ball here. But now I'm seeing where kind of this group is shaking out. So if you don't want it as a friendly amendment, we can actually discuss it as an actual amendment to the motion. But I wanted to see if you would accept that.
Well,
Oh, here. I'm gonna put your.
well, I guess.
Is that not kosher?
Okay, so
That's kosher.
all right, I'm just trying to understand.
Yep.
You're saying F2, you want to strike all that?
No.
No.
To clarify, so the only text we'd be unstriking and striking is anything that was taking away the advisory board's opportunities to provide a formal recommendation on candidates. So that would be the strike-throughs on F4 and F5 that accomplished that from a written recommendation. The strike-throughs, we'd be undoing that. And then the dependent clause at the end of F6, we would be striking, because that was new language.
And F, right?
And F main clause where we struck the provide a written recommendation.
Oh, that's right.
So let's go F0, F4, F5, and F6 would be amended to conform with that intent.
And the alternative is before we vote on that, an amendment.
So my understanding is you could accept this as a friendly amendment as the original. Well, I guess there isn't technically a motion on the table now.
No,
there is. There is. So you could accept that as a friendly amendment, seeing how the votes are kind of where council is now as a pulse check, or you could say no, and then I could motion that as a formal amendment to your motion, and we vote on that. If that passes, then we move to the original motion with that amendment. If it doesn't pass, then we're back to your original motion, and we see where it goes. I think I got the barrel of monkeys correct.
Thank you.
I think you go ahead and make your amendment.
How dare you, sir?
So it's
Fair enough.
Not a friendly amendment.
Okay. For the sake of time, I'm going to make a motion to amend the motion to unstrike areas of let's make this simple. To allow Section F to enable the boards to still provide a written recommendation consistently throughout Section F. It's not the most elegant motion, but because it's F0, F4, F5, and F6 to make them consistent such that advisory boards and commissions still make a formal recommendation on
yes.
candidates.
Yes. Okay. Do we have a second for that? Okay, and Councilmember Prieto has seconded that, so let's go ahead and vote to allow, wait, no, that's not. So the motion was to amend Section F that would, any language that would allow boards to provide a formal written recommendation.
Yeah, Michelle crushed it here.
Yes, she did. So F0, F4, F5, and F6 would have sections that would have amendments.
And then we
Okay.
put this topic to rest.
Okay, and let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 5-1 with Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition. And so now, so that passes, so now we're on the main motion with all the amendments. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Does anyone want to move it?
It's already mid-moved.
Is it been moved, or do we need to
It's
bring
been
it
moved. You
back?
go back to Councilmember Popkin holding the floor. If he
Yes.
yields, then you continue with your discussion until someone calls previous question.
I'm done, y'all.
Okay, very good. So with the adjustments, yes. So,
Let's
my
call the
gosh,
motion.
yes.
Yeah, let's call the question.
Yes. Okay, so the question has been called. That is undebatable. Let's go ahead and vote. Yeah.
Just to clarify this vote, are you voting on the
Calling
call of
que-
the previous
call-
question?
Call of the question, so then we can now
And
go
then
back
you have
to
a
the
vote
main.
on the main.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the procedural piece. Okay. So that carries unanimously to call the question. Now we're on to the main motion. Who has brought it forward? Yeah, I got it. So it's back to, and I'm just waiting for it to pop up on my screen.
I enjoy these times we spend together.
Yeah.
You chose not to move the question? Oh.
No, it was,
Okay,
it's
I'm
back
sorry.
to the other, yes. So,
But I'm saying of that one though, the one that failed?
Yes. It's now the motion is just to
With-
approve as amended. 27
Item 10A.
Yeah, now
Mhm.
it's item 10A as She's crushing it. She's getting there.
awesome. Thank you, Michelle. You all have earned your money right now. Let's do a, okay, so let's go ahead and do a verbal vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously, or that carries 6-0 with Councilmember Marcin absent. I have to mention that earlier.
Thank you all.
Okay, no, thank you. Okay. And now we are on to items removed from consent agenda. Ordinance 2026-09, that was pulled by Councilmember Christ. Okay.
Wait for Mr. Penland to get down here. 9B. Hello. Thank you for joining me, Mr. Penland. So here's my issue with, this is about complying with House Bill 24-1007. And just to give a little backstory, because not all counselors were here when this occurred, but we had an issue last February with a house where, that housed registered sex offenders, and the neighborhood had an issue because it was near a school. And because of House Bill 24-1007, the state required us not to enforce our what would be Section 15.10.020. So we were in compliance with the state rule at that time. So in a meeting with our legislators in August, we actually suggested to them that maybe they repeal House Bill 24-1007, or if they would consider adjusting it so that we could work more adequately with the neighborhood. And they were not so inclined. At that time, then we talked with our city attorney about perhaps signing on to litigation through CML with other cities who were concerned about our home rule authority and some of the other issues that were related to imposing state rules into home rule authority. And that did not materialize in the way that we could use with regard to this bill. But then more recently, City Attorney May has said that there are more attacks, I guess you would say, on our home rule authority. So we may have to revisit that. So in light of all of that backstory, I would not be in favor of adopting HB 1007. I would be in favor of option 3, directing staff not to proceed with these revisions, even though we will probably stay in compliance until something in that arena changes. So anyway, I will like to hear what my other counselors, especially those who are involved with that situation, feel about this. But in the meantime, I would move that we accept number 3, direct staff not to proceed with revisions to the Land Development Code. Can I have a second so we can debate this?
Okay, so that's been seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay, so do we have a debate? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Chris bringing this up because we did have a lot of definitional discussions that had serious implications last year. I'm curious if this is the same issue or if some of these, because my understanding is here we're defining what a family is, which is not usually what we do as policymakers, but apparently here that is. And I'm curious what aspects of this are not contentious and which or let me rephrase that. Which aspects of this grant from your experience and from the discussions that we had over the last year, if any, what aspects of this, if any, might create more problematic situations to the extent that we have a crystal ball and can foresee potential situations here. I'm looking particularly at lines 22 and 23 of the ordinance, for instance, on page 1 and then the start of page 2 here in that blue text. And I'll read that while you're getting that just for the public's awareness. So family means an individual, 2 or more persons related by blood, marriage, adoption, or similar legal relationship, or a group of persons who need not be so related, plus domestic staff employed for services on the premises living together as a single housekeeping unit in one dwelling. So I believe this is what Councilmember Christ is getting at, particularly the group of persons who need not be so related. And I'm curious if the qualifier of so related is like, hey, we're cousins, or like so related as in not at all, and just a group of persons together. So can you shed a little bit of light on that? Because I think that's what Councilmember Chris is getting at.
I will do my best. Mayor, members of council, again, Grant Pilland, Planning and Development Services. I think maybe my prior slide might help in terms of what the intent behind 24 or HB 24-1007. Essentially, the bill itself eliminates city's ability to regulate based upon familial relationship. And what that effectively does is you can't, similar to what our code currently says, is regulate based upon a limit of unrelated persons. So the draft language that I believe you just referred to in terms of the direction that DOLA has suggested is to effectively not create any scenario where you can limit the number of people, whether they're related or unrelated, living in a household.
Thank you. And if I recall correctly, the law that we passed last May, we actually have a restriction on the number of unrelated persons who can live together actually in our code.
We currently do. And so we have not been enforcing that since 2024 because of the House bill. This would essentially and effectively...
We have not been enforcing the 3 or more...
Correct. Currently on screen is the definitions as they exist in our code today. However, we do not enforce that based upon the House bill.
Noted.
So I guess I would just add there's really 2 options from staff's perspective. As of right now, again, we are not enforcing these definitions. DOLA said that is fine. You are in compliance with House bill. The other alternative, which they recommend, is to adopt updated definitions to ensure compliance. Staff's recommendation is essentially based about abundance of caution, so that we are in 100% conformance. If there were ever a case where the question of state funding, et cetera, came up, our recommendation was to ensure that we are in compliance and update the definitions. Again, as of right now, we're not functionally enforcing. So if we did nothing, we would just continue to not enforce.
Thank you. I'll pause for now.
Do we have anyone else who would like to speak or on this motion to not move forward? Councilmember Christ.
My argument is I would like to leave it on the table until we work through the home rule authority issues. At that time, we were not enforcing it, so we were in compliance with the state rule, but it was a very difficult situation for that neighborhood and for the council. And it took time for our ordinance to kick in. And so I would like to see what we can do with our home rule authority assertions. And then we have to go back and change this if we make an ordinance. So I would rather just leave it where it is, continue with complying with state law, but leave it on the table so that it can be discussed as part of a home rule authority.
Okay. Councilmember Prieto.
So I'm actually pretty thankful that Popkin won last December in the application process for the vacancy, because then he had to navigate all of that with you folks, and it looked very challenging. But I get the spirit. It took you guys a while to get that. Okay.
I know, yeah, I got it.
Councilmember Christ, I hear where you're going with this, but it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, that we found a way to address that issue specifically in who can live together. I think specifically, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the ordinance, there was an ordinance that was put forth in which only a certain amount of sex offenders can live together in the same household. Is that right?
I think to try to answer your question, yes, council did adopt specific regulations in terms of the number of registered sex offenders that could live in a household. Somewhat distinct and different in terms of just general persons living in a household. But to answer your question, yes, that was adopted by council.
So I think that's how council addressed that issue, at least to our capacity. I don't see not changing this as hindering in any way, because the solution has already been provided for that specific issue.
Yes.
I don't foresee any other unintended consequences coming from this other than folks doubling up, which in the time that we're in is very common for families to live under the same household so that they can afford their bills. And so I am for moving forward with changing the definition, especially with the ordinance and regulations that we put forth regarding the sex offenders. So I will be voting for this.
Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Grant, if we don't adopt this, I know we're not enforcing it, but the state doesn't know what we are and aren't doing. They're probably looking at our ordinances, and if they don't see it, is there implications of it not being there?
I'll try to answer at least what we've interpreted from the Department of Local Affairs and what they've published on their website. They have stated that if a jurisdiction does not enforce, again, based upon unrelated persons or familiar relationships, you are in compliance with the existing statute. Their recommendation is that you update definitions if they are in conflict.
Got it. So we are, by not putting this in, we're not going to miss out on any funding that the state would give us.
I don't think we can say that, because if you look at some of the requirements that they've had on certain funding, they have specifically on some of the housing legislation, they were pretty specific in terms of cities complying. So I think we can say that's what they're telling us, but we cannot say definitively that we will not be in a position. I just want to make sure that council's clear is they're saying this, and that's DOLA, but that doesn't mean that there may be an executive decision that changes that.
So I'm nervous if we don't do this, the unintended consequences, we might miss out on funding for grants that we're expecting.
Yeah. Okay. So, and Councilmember Popkin, and this is your second time, correct? Okay.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the conversation here. Councilmember Christ, I actually really like the direction you're going with this, and I'm going to make a motion here, seeing only one other mic, and I think you're at your second time, so maybe you can speak to this. I'm going to...
You already spoke twice.
Right, but if I make a motion, she can speak on my motion. My suggestion here is that, or I'm going to move that we table this indefinitely. And my logic for this process is it's basically an option 4. Basically keeps it on our table that we can pull off anytime if we feel like it's going to infringe upon something that we're really trying to accomplish. Councilmember Kalkofer, to your point. What? It's already written,
Yeah,
correct.
so-
It's
Yeah.
sitting there on some imaginary table in the virtual space, and we can pull it off if we pull it back in and implement it if we think that is language that we want to do. Grant and the team have already done some good work in making it compliance ready, if you will, and it sounds like otherwise we are not enforcing the things that gave the state heartburn. And we're running into this year as an election year, and there's going to be a change in gubernatorial administration. So I think I'm going to move to table this indefinitely.
So we have an active motion, so would you like to change your motion?
Oh, it's true,
'Cause I-
sorry.
yeah,
I
we
forgot she moved for option
She
3.
moved to not move forward.
Apologies.
So
Sorry, I
then-
forgot. That's where we started.
You could withdraw it. Would you?
I could add to it.
We're not really adding to it because you moved to direct staff to
not proceed.
to not to go with to not move forward, to go with option 3. So if you want to withdraw it, then we can just move to table it.
Why can't we go with option 3 and table it?
Okay, so I was in the middle, reclaiming my time for a moment. So I was going to suggest that we move in this direction for the reasons I stated. Since there is a motion on the table, I hope that maybe, I would look more favorably upon going with the table indefinitely. I think it puts us in a sturdier place.
Okay.
And it kind of keeps everything at the ready should we need to do that. If you don't want to withdraw, we can vote on that motion first, and then I can propose that.
Well, I will withdraw.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then would you like to move to table?
And I move that we table 9B, ordinance 2026-09 indefinitely.
Okay, so that motion has been made by Councilmember Chris, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Oh, we have discussion. Okay, Councilmember Prieto.
Staff, could you clarify if tabling it indefinitely still potentially impacts our ability to receive grants in the future? Like kind of what you were speaking to earlier, Harold?
We can't.
You can't guarantee that it's not going to impact.
Correct.
Because it's written and they can see it's written the way that it's written.
Correct.
Got it. I'm still on no on this one. I'm going to go with staff's recommendation.
Okay, let's go ahead and, nope, there's more discussion. Okay,
Yeah,
Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, I appreciate where you're coming from, Councilmember Prieto, and I think the intent here is that we're at the ready to have written compliance, and we're, for all intents and purposes, de facto complying already, and so we're kind of we're preserving that option if we need it. Again, nothing's set in stone or guaranteed in this type of approach. I get that, but we ran into a lot of issues with the implementation of this last year, and it caused a lot of challenges for our community. And so I think that this is trying to walk a tightrope here, and I get your uncertainty there. You can still vote how you want to, but that's, I think, the intent here.
Okay. Councilmember Christ.
So I just want to address Councilwoman Prieto's concerns. I do not expect to have another problem with a RSO home, but what became abundantly clear through that process was that the city, as well as the neighborhood, would have liked to have been asked or alerted. And I think that comes into our home rule authority, as we can say, yes, we're not going to oppose non-related people living together, but it's good to know what's going on in the neighborhood. Now, in that neighborhood, there were 2 families living together. The neighborhood did not have a problem with that. So I just think an awareness, and that came up over and over again about why were they not notified? Why do they not have an ability to weigh in on this before all of it happened? And I just want to leave that door open because I think it'll play better as our city is, pretty agreeable with each other on most. And actually, I think that we're very equitable in the way we deal with our neighborhoods. So I think being asked is very important in this scenario. So anyway.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead and vote. Yeah, you've already spoke twice. Yes, you have. Yes, on this particular table. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote.
Oh, we need to.
Can I clarify for
Yes.
1 second? I apologize. Mayor, members of council, Tim,
Yes,
Assistant
go
City
ahead.
Attorney. So just to clarify, the motion is a motion to lay on the table, right? And it's a motion without a definite future date. It is not a motion to table indefinitely specifically. There's concern that using the indefinite language is functionally to kill it. But if you just lay it on the table, then you leave it at a second
Lay it on the
reading.
table? Okay. Do you, yeah, it says, Councilmember Christ, seconded by, to table 9B. But go ahead, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, just a clarification.
Clarify,
Do we
yes.
need to, would it be more kosher if we specified a date for it to come back, or we just are laying on the table?
You can lay.
We're
lay it on
not
the table.
postponing indefinitely. Is that the distinction you're trying to make?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think that was the intent.
let's,
So,
let's
second.
go ahead and vote on this. Thank you. And she's putting it in the system. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I always use the touching. Okay, and so that carries 5-1 with Councilmember Prieto in opposition and Councilmember Marcin absent. And now we are on to the second item pulled, item D, Councilmember Kalkoffer. Was that you? You pulled it, yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Higgins, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Dan Higgins, Fire Chief, Councilman Kolkoffer.
I have a couple questions. For the typical homeowner or business, how will they know if the property is inside the wildfire resilient map? And what code requires for them to be in the practical terms? Like, how do they know? How are we going to notify them? How is this going to play out?
So with this code as adopted, it will be for new development or significant renovation or change in the property. And council members, Mayor, this is Jason O'Donnell, our fire marshal. He's going to help me out with some of these answers if necessary. So it'll be in the development and review and permitting process when they go through that. And then for just general reference, there is a map that's published as well. And there's the statewide map, but then City GIS has already created a city of Longmont specific mapping that goes into a little more detail as you zoom in, so a little easier to tell.
One of the things that I saw on the map is some houses are split in half. So are we going to be fixing that, and are we going to be updating it so it's hitting major roadways? Because
well,
sometimes.
That's as designed by the state. So that is a curious point of that map. It does cut some properties right in half. So you can hit the mic.
So the state purposefully designed it this way based on the GIS is representing a six-sided figure. The six sides ultimately pull from more data points, and so that's why they want to use that, and that's why you have that jagged representation. My whole goal initially was to adopt the code as is, and then as we move forward and kind of find out what works and what doesn't work with the city, we can make that adjustment if necessary with our GIS team.
Yeah, that'd be great, because there was quite a few residents that were on that jaggedy line, and if they were to do renovation on half of the house that is not in the fire zone, would that change any? I'm just having a hard time trying to figure out these residents that are living on this boundary, what will trigger them to have to be in compliant if they do a major renovation.
So the major exemptions that exist in the code are changing 500 square feet, 25% of walls, 25% of roofs, or 25% of the actual structure itself. So those are kind of the benchmarks. There's 10 that the code speaks of, but in regard to like actually changing the structure, it would be that 25% number or the 500 square feet.
And then if somebody is in this new zone and they have to get a new roof because we have a hailstorm, what would happen in that situation with that? Would they have to bring the entire thing up to code?
So what would be permitted is the only thing that would be inspected. So if you were in the low intensity or the moderate intensity, you would have to use the Class A roof or complete your whole roof.
So you're not going to, if you change your roof, replace your roof, you don't have to replace your siding, correct?
No.
Great, thanks. And then, given the current workload and staffing, especially in building, fire, and code enforcement, do we have capacity to administer and enforce the new code, or will our other inspections or enforcements work be deprioritized?
Well, being that it's new development or a significant remodel with permitting, honestly, a lot of that capacity will be put on the permit review and development review. So in that regard, yes. The question becomes with certain properties with like some of the landscaping rules and such, anything after the fact, is there a process for reinspection or who's going out? That's where the capacity issue will come in. And that, I don't think that's been defined yet on, for example, if somebody made a request for us to review a property.
Gotcha.
Who would be responsible? That we could have that as code enforcement. I mean, fire staff, no, we wouldn't have the capacity to go out and regularly reinspect. That being said, currently there's not a large area within the city of Longmont that's covered by these restrictions. So that would actually make it a little easier because it's not going to be a large geographic area that has to be covered.
Sure. And if a property owner disagrees with the wildfire-related requirements, is there an appeal process, or it's either yes or no?
So throughout the municipal code section 1630, we would follow that just like we would in the IBC or the IFC currently. So in the current fire code, we struck section 111, and then we referenced our municipal code that falls under 1630. So that would be filing your grievance. The building official would then be on a time clock to address that issue.
And then last question, thank you so much for going through all these. For exterior, we've had some questions about flammable materials outside. Would this new proposed fire resilience dictate what can and can't be outside regarding vegetation or down trees?
So this isn't a retroactive code. So it does dictate for especially new construction, in a sense, a landscape. The defensible space is important because it breaks it down into 0 to 5, 5 to 30, and then 30 to 100. So those are those key benchmarks that we're looking for. So we do have the ability to regulate that. And my whole goal that one of the items that I thought of as well while we were discussing this is the role of insurance companies as we move forward with this, because I kind of foresee them being kind of an indirect driver in making sure that homes are abiding by the code and potentially an indirect way of enforcing this.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Would you like to move it, and then we can enter in discussion? Yeah, or do you have a question? Oh, yeah. Well, let's go ahead and continue with questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Kalkoffer. Thank you, gentlemen. The last two items have had some Robert's Rules of Order issues. Would you like one for your item as well? Because we can share. No, a substantive question here. We talked about some of the homes and businesses that are in this little sliver of this almost crescent on the southwest part of Longmont. Vance Brand Airport is particularly within this area. I'm just curious, what are the implications of this on municipal infrastructure?
So I think a lot of the commercial building materials that are already used are going to fall under that like non-combustible / limited ignition categories. So I don't think on the commercial side we'll see a lot of those issues with that moving forward.
And thank you. And would you say that also applies to airplane hangars? Because those are private infrastructure at that point.
Correct. And also looking at like metal, typically a metal type structure, things of that nature.
Much more fire
would
resistant.
fall under that like non-combustible material.
Yeah, that's great. Can we just, I recognize that this ordinance is on first reading tonight. Can we just make sure that we send this through our airport manager and that's sent out to hangar owners if it hasn't been already?
If you don't mind, if I could add to that as well.
Yeah.
Again, with the airport and the hangars, again, it would be any new construction or major renovations, because if they're in good standing at the time of adoption,
it's not an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just as an FYI, can we just send that over to Levi and make sure that gets out, even in a newsletter? It doesn't have to be like a special awareness. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So Councilmember Kalkoffer.
I'd like to move D O 202611.
Okay, and so that the motion has been made to approve ordinance 2026-11, and it has been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that item carries unanimously. Very good. And we are now on to general business. Okay, and we're at item A, 12A, annexation of marijuana establishments offering retail sales in Boulder County enclaves. And we have a staff presentation by Grant Penland and team. He brought it back. Yeah, he's got his book. Oh my gosh, love it.
Mr. Robert's Rules.
Love it.
Good evening once again, Mayor, members of council. Again, Grant Penland, Director of Planning and Development Services. I am joined by Don Quintana as well as Tim Hole. I'm going to kick us off this evening, do a quick intro, go through the agenda, and then talk, at least for the first part, about, I'll call it the planning side of things. So agenda this evening, go through again, quick background, what brought us to you this evening, as well as kind of the annexation process procedures and the specific properties we're talking about. And then we will review proposed amendments on the licensing side. And of course, we will end with requesting some council direction. So by way of brief background, staff did receive direction by City Council back in September of last year to explore the annexation of 2 enclave properties, specifically those that contain existing marijuana retail facilities. Just for some additional context, enclave properties are essentially the hole in the donut, so to speak. Better description is on screen, but in the case of Colorado, an enclave for purposes of annexation is property that is surrounded fully by the municipality for a minimum of 3 years. For some additional context, staff has met with the property owners as well as business owners on several occasions, generally met with, I'll say, neutral or positive response. We generally answered questions, walked them through what the process of annexation looks like, as well as what the proposed licensing changes that staff would be proposing to council. We did receive just today correspondence from Native Roots, which I believe was distributed to council. They did express a couple concerns that, again, I think are articulated in that letter. Also worth mentioning that staff has coordinated with Boulder County, specifically the planning staff. Admittedly, the main response that we received from them, knowing that the proposals were enclave annexations, were that it was in general conformance with the intergovernmental agreement that we do have currently with Boulder County. So jumping to the specifics of the locations, the first location, again, the existing business is Jars, located at the northeast corner of Main and Ken Pratt Boulevard. The specific address is 250 South Main. Again, highlighted in red on the screen with the nice giant arrow pointing to it. Fairly small property, a little under an acre in size. Again, generally just containing the Jars facility. The other specific location, located at 19 South Sunset, again, is the Native Roots facility. That property is generally located on the west of Sunset, west of Isaac Walton Park, as well as to the north of the St. Vrain Creek. That particular property is just a little under 2 acres, and again, primarily contains just the Native Roots facility and existing improvements. So walking through the annexation as it specifically relates to enclaves, again, as I mentioned, from a statutory perspective, in order to be considered for a enclave annexation, essentially the property has to be surrounded by a municipality for a minimum of 3 years. The process is a little bit different than petition-based, where a property owner would come to the city and ask for annexation. Essentially, this process is city-driven. The notice is similar, but also cuts out some of the parts that we'll of course cover if we do move forward. I did mention briefly the IGA that we have with Boulder County. It does fully support the notion of bringing in enclaves to the city. Again, we're talking about 2 this evening, but looking generally, again, the IGA speaks to the provision of service by the city, and that it is a positive if those are brought into the city. In terms of next steps with regard to the annexations themselves, as I mentioned, there's a public notice process involved. So if staff did receive direction to move forward, we would, of course, ensure that those noticing requirements were met, and ultimately ordinances would be brought forward to public hearing before City Council. As related and as City Council knows, essentially all annexations, the city contemporaneously zones properties. In this case, staff would be recommending kind of a unique or a custom zoning, a planned unit development, which would effectively bring in the properties as is. They would essentially get to the rights as they've been developed today. So it would, again, have a unique zoning specifically for the 2 individual properties. And with that, we will jump into licensing, and I will hand it over to Dawn. Yeah, you're fine.
Mayor and Council, Dawn Quintana, City Clerk. I just want to walk you quickly through, in your packet, you have a red line of the proposed amendments to Chapter 6.70 regarding marijuana establishments regulation in Longmont. The proposal, I won't go into great detail, but it would increase the cap to 6. As you know, we have a cap of 4 establishments. So in order to annex 2 more, we need to raise that cap. So the amendments would accomplish that. The The amendments would also ensure that the stores do not have to cease operation. So they are written so that they can just continue operating as if nothing had changed, and then we will work them into our regulatory system. Because it is city-driven, the proposal is not to incur any fees until the time that they would come in for a full renewal, and keep their expiration date consistent with what they're currently working under their county license. At that point in time, then we would collect an annual renewal fee, just like we do for the other 4 dispensaries. And then additionally, the way this has been written is if there were future annexations of dispensaries or marijuana establishments, the process is here and we could follow that again. As noted by Grant, there is a letter from Native Roots. We did meet with both businesses and had, I would say, positive interactions with both. No major concerns, questions from both business owners and property owners. You'll see in the letter from Native Roots, they raised three concerns. One about the licensing fee, which for them, ours is higher than Boulder County's. They brought our attention to that in our information guide, the sales tax that we quoted there left off the 15% state cannabis retail tax. So if, in their letter, the rate you are seeing there, that is the correct rate that all dispensaries are charging there. So that would be the same, yes. It is different than the rate in the county. Longmont has an additional 3% tax for retail sales. And then lastly, Native Roots, you can see they're requesting, they are in the process of a change of ownership. And so sounds like they're requesting here that the annexation occur after they go through that process, so that they can get that all done, get that wrapped up, and then proceed with the process of annexation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions further in detail. Tim is here, and he, of course, drafted these changes, has been involved with our offices we've met over the past few months, but that's a high-level overview, and really we are looking for your direction. If you'd like us to proceed, then we would bring back a package of ordinances and proceed with the noticing as required and the ordinances on 2 readings.
Okay, very good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Don and everybody, thank you so much, Grant and Tim. You know, I don't want to, I don't have any real issue with this other than trying to, you know, be kind of good neighbors sort of thing in regards to the one change of ownership there, in regards to that. What if we annex both of them? That kind of gets in a little kind of funny gray area, don't you think? Because we have to, do we annex one and then come back here in a few months and annex the other if we're trying to, or how would you describe how we would want to proceed with that?
If you wanted to proceed, Mayor, members of council, Tim Hall, Assistant City Attorney, if you wanted to proceed one at a time, I think you could. We would amend our annexation ordinance to do that. My recommendation would be then to drop the cap change to 5 and then bring another ordinance changing the cap together with the annexation ordinance. Because if you have changed the cap to 6 but then don't annex the other 2, then we have one under the cap, and our
That's what I
ordinance
wanted
has a
to know.
procedure to follow if there's fewer licenses than the cap. And so I think you might have an unintended consequence there.
Right. So, I mean, that's what I wanted to know, if what the procedural sort of thing is. Should we, if we do kind of help them out here and let them get their property change dealt with, then just have it come back when it's not a big deal. Is that?
Alternatively, you could wait until after that change goes through. It's hard to tell how long that change would take. I know in the past we have seen some of our own licensees change ownership, and that has been an extremely lengthy process, upwards of 2 years, I want to say, for at least one
That's
of them.
why I'm asking the question.
And I know that they've already had an extremely lengthy process in the negotiation side in the back end. They mentioned that to us in the conversations. When we met with them, they had actually not finalized their agreement. It sounds like they have now finalized their agreement. The structuring of that, I just got further information today. The structuring of it might actually go faster because they're not buying the license, the companies, they're buying just the licenses. But that actually might create some problems with our code as well. So,
Okay, so it might be just as well to just move it forward as presented.
Candidly, we considered this sale and how to address it. We have a provision. So normally there is just a transfer provision in our code. You can transfer your licenses. You apply to transfer just like they're applying in the county. I think that they're hoping for more predictable results because it's the licensing agency that they've been with. But there is a moratorium, a 2-year moratorium once you've been licensed on transferring that license. It is really not clear to me whether bringing in these licenses under under this provision counts as granting the license and then triggering the 2-year moratorium. There is an exception for if you're doing a corporate sale. Although I think that the way they structured this suggests to me that that exception would not apply, even though their counsel thinks it would. So we could always amend the ordinance to just permit a sale while this is pending as well. That's an option in front of us, but they might object because it adds some
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Prieto.
I was hoping I was like after the next council member. Yeah, I think one of my one questions were, like, does it hurt the city to grant their ask and wait till the end of 2026 to annex? Like, is there something where it needs to be, like, something that we're missing here that it needs to be today and we can't grant their ask?
I think it depends. I mean, so there is a revenue implication. Just say if you wait. Because if it's annexed and it goes through the process, then that then becomes a revenue source for the community. So that's one piece. We're still in the situation of responding to properties that are technically enclaves through our mutual aid agreements with the county in that process. And I think those were the issues that drove the initial conversation with the city council, was the fact that there was a more of a direct response to areas depending on certain types of calls for service based on our mutual aid components. And I think that's what drove the council decision to move this forward. So it depends. I mean, it depends how you're framing the question. Is there a cost to the city? Depends on how you're looking at that question.
Okay, and so follow-up question to that is, if we were to annex right away, why are they opposed to us annexing right away while they're selling? If it's gonna take until the end of 26, like, why is there resistance here? Is it like, do they have to undergo like an extensive amount of work to relicense, to, like, why are they hesitant to get annexed before the sale? I'm just trying to understand.
If I may, so a lot of these purchase and sale agreements, what they're buying is the license in that purchase and sale, and so I think that there's going to be several attorneys making a lot of arguments back and forth about disruption in that license. And so I think if the value thing that they're selling is the license and it goes into a period of flux, that temporary licensing that we have identified, that there's some concern, there's probably a concern that might either violate that purchase and sale agreement or that it just might be another headache that they're going to have to address. I can't say without looking at their private documents whether it would be an actual problem, but that's a private agreement between them. It's not really a government issue.
Okay, that's very helpful. And then another follow-up question is, for the dispensaries that we are annexing into our limits, is because it was, so how soon did we start talking to them about this annexation? Like, what was their notice to prepare for this increase in taxes?
I think that goes back to probably when it was publicly discussed was the last retreat.
Okay.
So this has been on the table for a while, and then the council and again, I'm saying just public conversations. Then there was a motion to direct staff to do this, and so specifically when it was there was a public conversation, and then once we got the direction, I think we started engaging, and I can't remember what that date was.
Yeah, it was either late 25 or early 26 when we actually sat down with the actual business and property owners.
Okay. And for those businesses to prepare for that increased tax and impact to their business, could the city match the rate that they're paying, and then it wouldn't work that way?
Yeah, no. So, because I think, so right now you have businesses that are in the city that are paying this tax rate.
Yeah.
And they're in the city, but not technically in the city, and they're paying this tax rate. Once they're brought into the city, we have to apply our tax rate equally across all businesses.
Okay. And I think my thinking around that was thinking about small business, making sure that they're able to plan for expenses. And so when we hit them with a significant increase, depending on how their finances look, we don't want to hurt our small businesses. And so I was thinking, like, could it, just could we do it next year, but not this year? But it sounds like you're saying no on that.
Well, and I don't know that that's necessarily an expense to the business. It's an expense to the consumer.
Okay.
So just like when you go to a store and you buy something and you pay for that cost, that sales tax is then added to the bill. So it's not necessarily an expense to the business.
Okay.
It's an expense to the consumer.
Thank you for that clarification. Speaking about expenses to the consumer, I have two more questions, and then I'm going to pass the mic here. Where does our current marijuana tax revenue go? I read mental health, but is that to nonprofits via the Human Service Fund applications? Like, how does that show up in our community? And I'm asking this question because if we're bringing on 2 other dispensaries into this flow of tax that then goes into mental health, I'm just thinking of ways we can further assist our community with some of the issues that we're facing.
So I'll start generally saying there's the general sales tax that is like any other business, and that goes into the general fund. Teresa can talk about where the additional tax goes.
You bet. So Mayor and Council, Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer. And so I just want to clarify the general sales tax, a portion of it goes into the general fund,
right,
but it also goes into our we have 5 sales tax supported funds. So it gets allocated to those other funds based on the sales tax rate for the fund. There, on top of that, so that's 3.53%. There's also an additional 3%, the special marijuana tax. That goes into a special marijuana fund, but then it gets transferred to 2 different funds. So when the voters approved of that 3% tax, the language in that tax said that half of that would go to the Affordable Housing Fund for affordable housing programs. So half of that 3% collected on marijuana sales goes to the Affordable Housing Fund. The other half was something that council directed probably 2-3 years after that tax was put in place, and they directed that that would go to the general fund but be earmarked for
Mental health.
mental health and addiction programs. Yeah. So the other half does go into the general fund.
So, just thinking about budget and tax. So, on the typical sales tax, on the percentage that Teresa talked about, general fund, public safety fund, open space fund, transportation fund, public improvement fund. So, that's what is in the general sales tax. Then on the housing side and looking at the ballot initiative, one of the things that we talked about with the previous council is that then can be utilized to support people who are in the housing world. So we're using some of that money to actually fund clinicians
Okay.
that actually work to keep people housed, and they're adding a clinician right now that is, I think, going to be specifically designed to not, we've been doing it within our own housing world. This is one where it goes into to support people, a clinician on the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which directly is working with private landlords. The other piece on the mental health, a big part of it is the clinicians that we have hired that works alongside Lead and Core.
Okay. And I guess this is all leading up to my big idea.
And so, sorry, one more revenue that the city does collect. So the state 15% that is the state sales tax, special sales tax, we get a share back of that. And excuse me, that goes into the general fund. That is not earmarked for anything specific in the general fund, just like the regular sales tax. So we really do get 3 different revenue streams from marijuana.
Thank you. Thank you so much for explaining all that to me. And I just want to put a plug in here. Our community, and just for council members as we move forward in annexing these dispensaries, our kiddos are dealing significantly with being sold and given marijuana vape pens. They're being given to kids as early as 6th to 7th grade. I don't know what the stats are. I haven't done studies, but as a mom myself with friends who are moms and who have children in our public schools, this is a big issue. So as we move forward as council in determining maybe where some of this funding might go, we might think about how we can help prevent, create programs to prevent kids from consuming marijuana, taking in vape pens, just safety kind of programs, because it has been my observation, and having a degree in high-risk youth services, once kids start smoking marijuana vape pens, which marijuana, I don't think the potency is regulated like it used to. Not regulated like it used to be, but it's not as potent as it used to be. I'm sorry, it's more potent than it used to be, excuse me. And so once kids start to fall within that spiral, it can really disrupt their whole path. And so as we're talking about this moving forward, I would just, encourage council to think of ways how we could help our kiddos here in our community.
I'm going to interrupt because I feel like, and I don't know, this is where I'm going to take it to council or to legal counsel. Are we going off, is this germane to the topic that we're...
That would be a ruling of the chair.
Okay.
You could rule.
I'll accept this because the marijuana piece, I understand and I empathize.
It just comes from these two dispensaries already exist within our city.
Oh, you're off. Okay. Oh, and your time. Yes. Thanks. Yeah.
Time, no time?
Time.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. What is the timeline if we do proceed with this? When would they actually be annexed into the city of Longmont?
I think the general timing, Mayor, members of council, would be looking at April effective date in May, so within month and a half.
Thank you. Is there a way that we can proceed with this, but honoring their timeline? I want to put an end date to this so we can make sure that it's just moving forward. But I'd like to respect this small business. Is there a way that we can move forward with it, but say it will go into effect whatever midsummer is? I don't know what that is, but July 1st. Is that a possibility?
The short answer is yes. Effectively, we could, draft an ordinance that specifically identified a date in which the annexation would be effective. There may be some logistics in terms of the ordinance for amending the licensing. No, we're good. Same. So,
because I think that would honor Mayor Pro Tem's spirit of wanting to give them time, but also having an end date, so they have something that they also have to kind of work towards and give them a deadline to make this transaction go through. Because if we continue to kick the can down the road, how long is it going to take this sale to happen? So I'm in favor of doing this, but also, respecting this small business to say July 1st.
Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few comments and questions here. First of all, thank you to staff on this. There's a lot of moving pieces to this. I know this came from a lot of conversations last year, and I think this is going to do a lot of good for our community in multiple ways. And I'm going to talk about that because I think we've gotten into the process a little bit here, and I don't want to go too far into the weeds, if you will, before we actually get into the why on this. Because I think this why might address some of the concerns from my fellow council members. I do respect our small businesses. I also respect the small businesses that we have that are in the city of Longmont paying our taxes. And these are not two of them. And they're not doing anything wrong. To be clear, they're not doing anything wrong currently, but they are using our infrastructure. They're advertising our area. They're bringing people on our greenways, on our roads, using our emergency services, hopefully not too often, but they're using the resources that we're providing as taxpayers and as businesses that are already paying, customers who are already paying sales tax here. So I don't say that to be mean, I say that to be honest about treating our businesses fairly, and our businesses currently, the ones that are already in the city of Longmont. So from a competition standpoint, our small businesses, quote unquote, are not these two dispensaries. Our small businesses are the ones that are competing with them. And part of the reason for bringing them in, from my perspective, is to put them all on the same playing field. In fact, the Assistant General Counsel for Native Roots makes this very case. In the last line of paragraph 3 says, it is a significant business concern that an increase in sales tax could deter customers and cause them to shop at nearby dispensaries without the city tax. That is one of the core reasons we are considering this. Yes. Because I already said that. So I appreciate the General Counsel's support on this. The second reason is to boost our affordable housing and mental health funding, as Councilmember Prieto was getting at. Two key goals for our community. These are two key revenue sources here to help. They're not going to solve all of our problems, but they're a part of it. We level the playing field and we help support these services. In fact, both of these businesses have been benefiting from major infrastructure projects, roads, greenway, trails, greenway reconstruction, flood proofing, all of those things that we've been investing in for the community's benefit, including these businesses. And so I hope that they join us in this, and I look forward to having them in Ward 2. So I think at this point, I think the only to Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Culkeffer's concerns, I think I'd be open if legal counsel and staff found a way in the provisional license to figure out a little bit of flexibility so it doesn't mess up that transaction. I'd be open to a little bit of flexibility there, but I'd largely defer to your input there. Otherwise, I say let's just proceed and encourage them to get their ducks in a row. So that's where I'm coming from on this. I think, the other thing I wanted to just say is, Dawn, I appreciated our back and forth via email, and I just wanted to bring a couple of the things to light that we discussed there. One, I asked you via email, when you met with the property owners, did they raise any concerns about the process or expectation? And you spoke a little bit about the concern that one of them had about kind of bringing their current buildings and operations up to code or in full compliance with our code. Can you just speak to where that resolved? Or Grant?
Yeah, I can take that, Mayor, members of council. Essentially, the intent, and I alluded to that with the concept of bringing them in under a planned unit development, which would essentially bring them in as is. So the intent would be they're brought in, they can essentially operate as they are, signage, landscaping, or lack thereof, building, et cetera, until which time they proposed a redevelopment pursuant to our standards. We would essentially treat them as a non-conforming use and site.
And in doing that, I mean, that's already a little bit of grace we're extending them. We're not forcing them to change or making many major modifications or renovations. We're adopting them as is, welcoming them in, and just basically grandfathering them into that process, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. The other question, and just on that note, I asked if there were any, from those initial conversations you had, in terms of police, fire, building, planning to make any changes, were there any that you identified when you went out to those sites and met with them?
Nothing identified, and again, I think overall the county has a, I'll say, similar inspection program. So no, but we have not identified. Correct. Don clarified. They came to us. We have not actively inspected for compliance with our current standards.
Sure. Thank you. Okay. Well, like I said before, I look forward to welcoming them into Ward 2, and I will gladly support this direction.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Christ?
Dawn and Tim, refresh my memory. We approved 4 more licenses for hospitality marijuana. And does that include consumption or retail sales there?
Do you want the full explanation or the the shorter explanation? There's an explanation that involves this book. In short, yes, we have 4 licenses earmarked for specifically marijuana hospitality. Whether that is functionally something that can happen in terms of actually businesses opening is a different question. I can go into more detail.
Does it include retail sales?
So marijuana hospitality being a complex kind of beast, there's a class of marijuana hospitality license called marijuana hospitality and sales. So there is retail sales at the marijuana hospitality location where they sell to the customer, but you cannot remove it from the business. So it doesn't directly compete with a retail sales like a store like these are. So it can only be consumed on premises, so like a bar. And in fact, we proposed discussing them or zoning them with the phrasing marijuana bar.
But the sales tax would be the same.
Marijuana, it's the special marijuana sales tax, yes.
Okay. All right. Really, we have a cap of 4. We would be adding these other 2 to 6. But when we add in the hospitality, we're up to 10. So it's actually 2.5 times as many as we have in less than 2.5 years that we've added.
And to clarify, there are significant code barriers to actual marijuana hospitality business opening.
I'm aware because I was here for that process, but I'm just saying it's more than 6, I guess, is where I'm going with this. I was really hoping to increase the public safety portion of sales tax. And so I'm a little discouraged that a lot of it will go into general fund. I know we've had to move public safety positions into the general fund. And I have a list here. I think I missed one, Harold, about transportation, public improvement, public safety, general fund, and who's the guy I missed?
Public Improvement Fund, and then there was one I missed, is that 3% of the amount that goes into the general fund goes to health and human service funding.
Okay, so I have transportation, public improvement, public safety, general fund, and you're saying health and human services? Or is there yet another?
No, it's 3 in transportation.
Oh, I have transportation too, so I think I got
Open
most of-
space, open
Oh, it's
space,
open
open
space, that's
space.
who I missed, yeah. Okay, and HHS, all right. So, the thing with it being out in the county is, and the county sheriff also assists with issues there. So in a way, that's one of the ways that the county earns their portion of the tax. Even though maybe LPD responds first, they can rely on the county sheriff also with an assist. It feels like the county would be keeping their tax but not doing any assisting if we make it all city-owned. And then I'm also concerned that we would be encouraging these 2 businesses to close because it is quite a change in sales tax. And especially when a business is changing ownership, there's a lot of financials that get, reviewed in terms of profitability. And now that whole scenario is going to change because you have higher fees with the licensing. You have a potential of not having as high a sales because you are being more competitive, as the attorney pointed out, with the other units. So it might call that business deal into question. It's just a concern that I have, and think might be supported by this annexation being timed with where they're trying to sell their business. So, do you all have any other input that might make me feel more warm and fuzzy about this?
Mayor and Council, I don't know that I have other input to help you feel warm and fuzzy.
Okay.
But I did want to
Darn
just
it.
clarify regarding the cap. They're in separate buckets, if you will. So there are hospitality licenses, and there are 4 of those. And then the retail establishment, that cap is currently 4. They aren't same buckets, but collectively, in total different types of establishments. If you were to move this forward, you are correct. There would be a total of 10 possible. And then regarding the sales tax, I did want to clarify if they came into Longmont's jurisdiction via annexation, then that tax would be remitted to Longmont and not to the county?
Correct.
Right. So
Yeah.
that would be,
But not a large portion of it goes to public safety, unfortunately.
yeah.
And most of the marijuana tax does not.
Does not, correct, correct.
Yeah. And that's the biggest portion of tax. Look at, from the county to going to the city sales tax, it's like 37% more tax, but how much does public safety actually get? Not that much.
That is not
It's
my
like
wheelhouse.
1.15 or something. I'm just guessing. I think it's something like that. They don't get all the 3.53.
What was that?
I was saying 1.15, or I'm looking at Teresa. She's gonna.
So they have a defined, I don't know what the number is, so of the 3.5, that goes into this, you want to help, this, it goes into this bucket,
Yeah.
of which the defined amount for public safety, whatever it is that rate is and collects, goes into the public safety fund. Just like any other acquisition.
Do you remember what the percentage is, Teresa?
It is 0.58%.
Oh, it's even less. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. And thanks for making me feel better about my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
I was going to try to help Councilmember Chris feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy about this, but it sounds like she got there on her own. So at this point, do we need, it sounds like just general direction is needed from staff. Am I correct on this? And maybe I'll kick things off by saying I think this helps our small businesses currently and will help everyone, and it will fund multiple things we care about. And if you're concerned about increasing the cap, well, they're already operating within our boundaries,
Yeah.
and so it's just a formality at this point. It's not changing the physical number of those operating within our general boundary. So I'd say let's proceed as staff intended here, and just let us know if there's like a provisional license flexibility that you need at some point based on what you run into. That would be my direction.
No, and other council members, are we good with number 1? So if you're good with number 1, just raise your hand. Oh, we need an actual motion? Okay. So would you like to move? Go ahead.
Yes. I would like to move that council direct staff to proceed with the introduction of ordinances and as we've discussed and as is written here.
Okay. So
Thank you very
that,
much.
The motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin to proceed with option 1, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay. Okay, and that carries 5-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition and Councilmember Marcin absent. Before we go on, so now you're all done with us, right? Or is there one more thing?
Can I ask one
Yes.
piece of clarification? There was
Yes.
discussion, substantial discussion around the sale of that one business. Would
Oh,
you
yes.
like me to introduce some edits to the ordinance to expressly permit that sale?
Wait, say
To
that.
expressly permit the transfer of that license to the new owners, or to exempt it from our prohibition on transfers?
Yeah,
In the provisional license?
Yeah.
sure. Okay, yeah. Do we need to have a formal vote on that? Okay, so, so I move to allow for the business, do I need to say the name? Native, okay. To, it was to have it.
To permit the transfer of the license
Yes.
in the temporary period.
In this temporary period. And then, was there a date certain, a July or, no?
No, I think that was when you directed us to move forward.
Okay.
This just says, when we move forward, the ordinance is allowing the transfer of the license to
Transfer of the
occur.
license to occur, okay. Okay, so that has been moved by myself, seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer, and then can we, so it, yes, so go ahead. Yeah. So
Amend the proposed language
amend the proposed language to exempt,
to exempt these licenses from the 2-year prohibition on transfers.
so it would let them continue with the transfer, yes. Okay, and it was seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. Great, okay, let's go ahead and vote. And that item carries 5-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition and Councilmember Marcin absent. Okay, and then now, are you done with us on this one? Okay, now we're on to item B. But before we move on, I realized something. We forgot to do a public hearing on item 10. So, yeah, so, so yeah, I got to get this straight. So, I'd like to open the public hearing for item 10. Tim, you're killing me. Oh, just kidding. I'm probably killing you. So, okay, so going back to item 10 as the next members of staff come forward. So what's that? Okay. Yeah, so we are back at item on second reading, ordinances on second reading, the amendments to Rule 27. I would like to open the public hearing on the council rules of procedure regarding board interviews. So if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to that, I do see, whoops, you're done. I do see on my list that there was a woman, Geraldine Rooney, to speak on amendments to Rule 27? Okay. So that was not what you wanted to speak on? Okay, so you'll speak at final call, public invited to be heard? Okay, Lance, come on up.
Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Why not waste a couple more seconds on this rule? Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you. Oh, my gosh. Okay, now we are on to general business item. Thank you. And I now close, see no one else speaking, I now close public hearing. And we are now on to the 2025 Annual Sustainability and Climate Action Report.
Good evening, Mayor Hidalgo Faring and members of council. I am Lisa Knobloch. Uh-oh. Did somebody close my present? Nope, it's over here. Great, thank you. All right, I'm Lisa Knobloch. I'm the Sustainability Manager. I'm housed in the Department of Strategic Integration. Oops. There we go. And I'm going to be doing a brief overview for you tonight of our progress toward our sustainability and climate action targets. I'll go over just a little bit of background about sustainability and how we approach sustainability, and then I'll get into some of our key targets and our progress toward those targets. I'll touch very briefly on our 2024 greenhouse gas inventory, talk a little bit about upcoming items, and then have some time for questions and discussions if you all have any. Just a big high-level overview. I like to start with this slide, especially as we have some new council members. I think it's just a good representation of how the work that we do in sustainability and from the sustainability plan and all of the subsequent reports and resolutions that have identified the targets that I'll be talking to you all about tonight are really grounded in the guiding principles of Envision Longmont and tie back to those core tenets of sustainability and resiliency. I also like to ground us a bit in what do we mean when we talk about sustainability. Sometimes folks consider sustainability as synonymous with environmental conservation, and so I like to start with this nesting slide that I think just shows that although environment is a very important component, really recognizes that it is what provides the resources that we need to thrive in both our society and drives the inputs that we have for our economy. This aspect that we look at in these three components is what we refer to as the triple bottom line. That's really the full picture when we talk about sustainability. This is a common definition that you might see, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. And when we talk about those needs, that ties back to those three areas. So we all need clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, the ecosystem services that our natural environment provides for us. We all need access to housing and jobs and education, and we all need a diverse and resilient economy that provides the prosperity that really drives all of that for us. I like to also include this expanded definition that shows that it's not just about meeting those basic needs, it's also about providing these opportunities for everyone to fulfill the aspirations for a better life. So it's not just about surviving, it's about thriving and creating a thriving community. But we also can't look at those needs as a list of things in isolation or things in siloed, because when we look at things that way, those things can often appear in conflict with each other. So we also use sustainability as a framework for decision making. So we take those three aspects of the triple bottom line and use those as lenses. So we define what's our future vision that we want to get to, what are the current conditions and constraints that we have, and then we use that for a framework for decision making. We recognize that we can't get from here to our future vision overnight. But when we apply that systems thinking, we apply that framework, it helps us identify those solutions that have positive outcomes across those three areas. We do our best to avoid unintended consequences and adverse impacts as well, but gets us ever closer to our sustainability vision. The key sustainability targets that I'll be going through with you tonight are greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets, renewable energy, zero emission vehicles, waste diversion, and I'm not going to talk about water conservation because you all had a fabulous report last week from our water resources folks, so I won't get into that. But I do just want to highlight that that was a really great approach showing thinking about the present needs without sacrificing the ability of future generations to meet their needs as well. And I think that we can all recognize and thank those that came before us who really thought about that in a forward-thinking way and planning for the water resilience that we are all now getting to enjoy today. I'm going to get wonky for just a brief minute. I promise I won't go deep on this. You all have our greenhouse gas inventory report in your packets, and I'm happy to follow up on any detailed questions you have. I just want to show this slide briefly because it shows what our primary contributions are to our greenhouse gas emissions. You'll see that chart on the right. It shows that big blue portion, dark blue portion that's almost 70%. That's coming from what we call stationary energy emissions. I broke that out into the slide on the right so that you can see that largely when we're saying stationary energy emissions, we're talking about buildings. And you can see the big portion of that is from electricity, and then the smaller portion is from natural gas. You can see that broken out by residential and commercial. There's a very small sliver around streetlights and internal operations, but that is by far the biggest portion of our greenhouse gas emissions, followed right by transportation. That's both on-road and aviation, and then very small portions from waste emissions, land use, and industrial processes and products. So where are we in terms of meeting our greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals? So our baseline's 2016. We have our most recent year, which is our 2024 inventory. We do inventories about every 3 years. So we have seen a total decrease of about 15% in our emissions. Our last inventory was showing a decrease of 12%. So we are on a good steady decline with regards to our emissions. We also provided you the per capita number. So that's showing that our greenhouse gas emissions are decreasing faster than our population is growing, so that's a positive sign. The primary driver in the decrease we are seeing is that increase in renewable supply for electricity and also a reduction in vehicle miles traveled. Just to mention that there's also some changes as far as improved methodology and data collection. I like to say greenhouse gas inventories are an art, not a science, so every time we do them, there's some changes and refining of that process. With regards to where we're at in terms of getting to our 2030 goal, that's very much tied to our ability to meet our renewable energy goal. I'm going to go into that next. So as you all are familiar, our primary target in electricity is increasing our renewable energy supply to 100% by 2030. Unfortunately, I don't have 2025 data to share with you all tonight. I apologize for that. But I'll be working with Longmont Power Communications and our partners at Platte River. We should have that data in May, and I'll work with them to bring that information back to you when we have it so that you can have updated information. But what we have as far as 2024 is about 46% renewable for delivered energy. That's considered Longmont's mix. And then Platte River's total portfolio in 2024 was about 38% renewable. If you are familiar with their 2024 integrated resource plan, it showed that we are on track to hit about 88% by 2030, so not quite that 100%, recognizing that last 10% is a really difficult component to reach. But I wanted to share with you that they'll be kicking off their next integrated resource planning process in the next year or so, and you all will be very much engaged in that process. I do want to highlight two really key projects that we have going on, however, that support our renewable goal. The first is the launch of our community solar program, Illuminar. We have 2 sites that launch in 2025, one at Martin Street and one pictured here at Ascent and Hover Crossing, which is an LHA property. And then in the bottom right is a pretty exciting project with Platte River bringing on the Black Hollow Sun. That's 150 megawatts of solar that came on in 2025, and there will be additional 107 megawatts coming in 2026. We also have an electric energy savings target of 2%. That one's been a little bit trickier for us to meet. It's kind of gone up and down over the years. There's a few factors, some that are in our control. So we've worked a lot with our key customer accounts. So we've done a lot of the low-hanging fruit. We're also seeing new buildings become more and more efficient, which is excellent. We're also seeing a bit of a competing priority now around electrification of buildings and transportation, and so that's making that energy savings goal through efficiency a little bit more difficult. But if you can see on the bottom, we still are overall seeing a good decrease in our electric emissions from electricity. On the natural gas side, the 2 primary focus areas we have for driving down our emissions are energy efficiency and building electrification. So we have 2 targets with regards to participation in energy efficiency programs. We're not meeting those targets, but I did want to highlight that our low-income energy efficiency participation, we didn't really pursue that in earnest until about 2022. We brought on somebody full-time to really help in that area, and we've seen a 4-fold increase just since 2022. And also just want to give him tremendous credit for being able to leverage the resources we put in and pull in several additional revenue streams to really bolster that effort, which is great. Our market rate housing continues to climb steadily. And then we're doing a lot in ramping up our focus on building electrification. And you can see a lot of our incentives are focusing on that. And we're seeing a great uptick in participation. Overall, our emissions did climb from natural gas. That's largely due to population increases and other factors that have to do with weather and whatnot. Transportation, we have a specific target around decreasing our transportation emissions that you see we're doing pretty well on. The two focus areas there are zero emission vehicles and increasing mode split. So that's essentially focusing on getting folks out of their cars and into other modes of transportation. This one has been tricky. There's a lot of market forces at play when we're looking at the community-wide target of zero emission vehicles. 4% is small, and it's pretty far from our 2030 target. However, we've seen a pretty big increase. In 2019, it was less than 1%, and that is a number that we anticipate to climb exponentially. We are doing the things that we can put in place aside from those market forces. And then on the fleet side, our fleet folks have done amazing work in prioritizing zero emission vehicles. We've run into some significant supply chain issues, as well as inflation and tariff and other costs that we have to weigh against those choices as well. My team is working closely with them on an alternative fueled vehicles plan. We are seeing a nice steady increase in terms of our non-SOV mode split to work. A shout out to our Ride Longmont that had over 72,000 boardings. I just want to say what we are seeing is not a rebound of the cars on the road post-COVID. So we are in kind of a window of opportunity where folks are working from home and relying on other modes of transit. And I think if we can continue to capitalize on that through methods and measures like Ride Longmont, hopefully we can help sustain that behavior over time. On the waste diversion side of things, a couple years ago, City Council set some pretty ambitious waste diversion targets. We have increased our community-wide diversion rate to 39%. We've seen a tremendous uptick in our waste diversion rate in the commercial sector, largely due to our universal recycling ordinance. You'll see almost a 40% increase, which is incredible. I have a picture of our very own Nicole Manish from the sustainability team next to the governor there. She was invited to present on the success of our universal recycling ordinance alongside the governor and others at a press release last fall. So that's been really exciting. Our residential waste diversion rate has stayed pretty steady since 2016, around the 34-35%. So one of the things that we're doing this year is kicking off a 2-year education campaign to try to drive those numbers up. We've seen an interesting decline in our waste diversion rate in construction and deconstruction. We're not entirely clear what that decline is coming from. But we are pursuing, based on direction from City Council last year, a construction and deconstruction ordinance. And when we do the engagement for that process, hopefully that'll allow us to dig in and understand those numbers a bit more. We're not just focusing on mitigation and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We've been doing a ton of work on community resilience. Y'all are probably pretty familiar with the work of the Resilient St. Rain project that's getting ready to wrap up, hopefully pretty soon. My team has been working with a lot of folks from across the organization focused on extreme heat resilience. We categorize that in 3 key components. The first is focusing on cooling yourself. So hopefully you all were at some city events last year and saw our new cooling tent. It's become very popular. It gives us an opportunity to educate folks about signs and symptoms of heat illness and how to keep yourself cool and all of the resources that we have available. We also focus on cooling your home, and we have a number of different programs that both provide resources and help educate folks on what they can do to keep themselves cool in their home. This is a picture of a project that Longmont Power and Communications did in partnership with Thistle, bringing heat pumps into homes to provide efficient and affordable heating and cooling. And then we have a lot going on in the Cool Your Community category. So we've been working really closely with community neighborhood resources and parks on installing community identified cooling solutions. This is a misting structure in the center top here that went in at Lanyon. We're in the process of designing a splash pad that'll go in at Kensington. In the bottom middle there, we're partnering with Art in Public Places on this is the rendering of an art-based shaded bus stop that'll be installed at 3rd and Martin. Our forestry folks worked with the county and community neighborhood resources and sustainability on launching the Growing Shade program, so getting more shade trees into neighborhoods that have lower tree canopy. And then, as you'll recall, the designation from Longmont as the first resilience hub in the country through the UN Making Cities Resilient program. This is a picture of Peter Gibbons, our recovery manager, and myself. We had the privilege of traveling to South Korea last year on the invite from the UN to showcase Longmont's work and share best practices and lessons learned with our international colleagues, which is pretty exciting. You can find all of this and so much more on the Longmont Indicators platform. Just a plug for that. In 2025, we added the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Plan and the Water Efficiency Plan. And you can soon see, well, soon, in the next year, the Vision Zero Action Plan and Transportation Mobility Plan on that platform as well. A couple upcoming items. We are now working on our greenhouse gas modeling. So that's not just looking back from our inventory, but looking ahead and understanding what our projections are based on different scenarios. Longmont is a member of Colorado Communities for Climate Action. I provided some information in your packet. That group is going through, it's a statewide climate advocacy organization. We're updating our policy statement this year. It's mostly just a streamlining of the existing policy statements, condensing that. And I'll bring you back some more information on as that draft becomes final so that you all can provide me any feedback for when I go to the meeting in June to represent Longmont in the approval process of that policy statement. We just got word that our application for the Lead for Cities cohort was approved. We're doing a lot of amazing work. It aligns very well with the Lead for Cities framework. We want to get recognition for that. So we'll be doing that over the coming year. As I mentioned, you all had directed us to explore a construction and deconstruction ordinance. The county is seeking a grant to develop a regional model ordinance for that. So we haven't heard yet if they got that grant, but if they do, we'll participate in that process. We think that's a great approach. And we will come to you at key decision points to seek direction in terms of how you want to move forward, if you want to move forward on that ordinance as well. And then a couple of education campaigns to keep an eye out for. I mentioned our Zero Waste campaign, and we'll also be continuing on that heat awareness. So with that, we always do a mid-year indicators update as well. I just send that to you as an info item so you all know when that happens and you can go on and see any updates. And then of course, we'll always continue with implementation and project-based updates as they arise.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? No, thank you. That was great. So thank you for mentioning the construction, deconstruction. I knew that I couldn't remember if we had for sure, but that had been an ongoing conversation when I sat on RCAB, the Resource Conservation Advisory Board for the county, that overall it's the participation or the ability to recycle those items in deconstruction. It's an ongoing problem. So I'm happy to hear that there's possibly some funding mechanisms that would help us and assist us with that. Do we know when the county, timeline as far as if there's funding or grant opportunities available, when would that be open?
Mayor and council members, they're supposed to be hearing any day whether or not they got, it's a grant through the state's climate pollution reduction grant funding, and we're supposed to be hearing any day whether or not they get that. If they do, then that timeline will take us through probably first quarter of 2027 to go through that whole process to develop that model ordinance.
Okay. And then as a few of us will be going to National League of Cities, my hope was that we would be able to advocate for federal dollars. Who knows, but we'll try. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lisa. Do you want some Robert's Rules of Order discussion too tonight? No, I'm just kidding. I had a couple questions that might be for you, might be for LPC, a combination of the team here, but appreciate all the work that's gone into this. And to Becky in the back and the Longmont Indicators team, it's awesome that, the first step to understanding your progress and what we're doing is actually measuring it. So the fact that we're able to do that pretty well speaks volumes for kind of the progress now that we do have to make. I guess I appreciate your candor. I mean, there were multiple goals there that I think you kind of said we are not on track to meet currently. And so when I hear that, I think, okay, well, what needs to change? And so I'm curious, from your perspective, when we look at the sustainability toolbox, what tools and strategies do you feel like the city has used particularly well so far? And what conversations have we maybe not broached yet?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Popkin, thank you for that question. I would say it's a little bit difficult because there's a pretty broad range of things.
Sure.
As you can see. I would say that what we are
And
doing.
sorry, maybe just to focus a little bit, when I'm thinking about the
Sure.
toolbox, like, what are the tools in that box? Like education, incentives, rate structures, like requirements, mandates, codes, like that. I'm thinking in that general term
Yeah.
right now for.
Sure. Broad picture, the way I look at those tools are four kind of buckets: infrastructure, policy, incentives, education. Right. And so there's different opportunities across all of the 10 topic areas within sustainability in which we can look at each of those buckets. I think where we work really well is we work in collaboration with each other across our organization. We work really closely with our community to try to understand what are the needs and priorities of Longmont. And as we are evaluating opportunities in each of those buckets to understand what are the pieces that we can move forward at different times, again, kind of going back to that framework of sustainability that I showed you in terms of where do we want to get to and what are the opportunities and constraints that we have now in order to get there. I think that where we're doing really well is our movement toward renewable energy. I mean, that as I mentioned, is one of our biggest opportunities because of our relationship with Platte River and having our own municipal utility. I think in some of the other areas, where we are behind in some of those targets, some of that's just a matter of resource constraints and the fact that we have to prioritize things, and we have to understand, where can we spread those priorities to have the most impact. Some of those areas we are seeing, I think in the waste area in particular, where you can see we know where we're going to get to with voluntary measures at some point in time. If we want to move the needle beyond that, we look at policies. That's why we have the policy that we have around renewable energy. Building codes are another example of those policies that we can look at.
Thanks, Lisa. Maybe a question for Harold. We had a conversation. The mayor and I actually in the fall had. I think prompted that we'd like to revisit, coming out of the budget process, a discussion about the waste rates when we're looking at waste recycling and composting, and to think more strategically about kind of, are they serving a policy objective or are they just making ends meet? I'm just curious. I think we were looking at Q1 for maybe revisiting that conversation. I know there's a lot that's been going on. Case in point, Front Range Community College today. Yeah. But like, where are we in revisiting that conversation? Because that directly ties into these waste reduction goals.
I think Becky's coming out too.
Or Becky.
Hello. That is a conversation that we can bring up in the second quarter here. We were, putting out a new billing system in the first quarter, so.
But who's bragging?
Just, yeah.
Okay, so that's still on the radar.
Yeah. So I think the issue, it's kind of similar to what Lisa talked about, is capacity is a real thing for us. And as we're talking about these projects, it's just, there's only so much of us to go around. Doesn't mean we're forgetting about it, just means we have to get to it as soon as we can.
That's fair. I just wanted to make sure we weren't losing sight of that, because I don't want it to get too close to budget season again and then not be able to kind of implement a potential directional change there. So just wanted to make sure that that's still on the radar. Speaking of the power sector here for a bit, and maybe this is a question for either the mayor or for LPC, but one of if this is a conversation we should take offline, please let me know. But it was in the news, multiple headlines about the Craig Power Plant for PRPA, and whether that, I believe the federal government had issued an order trying to force that to be open again. And I was just curious where that is in the journey of legal standpoint, to the extent you can share.
Hit the button.
Mayor, members of City Council, Councilmember Popkin, I'm Daryl Hahn, the Electric Utility Director, in case you can't remember. It's been a long evening, I know. So Craig, good question. So for those who don't know, Craig is, Platte River owns a portion of the Craig Generating Station, which is in Craig, Colorado. It is a coal facility, and it was slated to be shut down at the end of 2025. At the very last minute, there was a presidential order to keep it open. Of course, the plant had already been planned to be shut down, and so there were some investments made in the plant to fix some things that had broken that they decided they weren't going to fix, because why fix it? Because you're going to shut it down. So they did spend, I believe the number was about $1 million to address those broken parts. The plant, as far as I know, is not actually generating for Platte River at this point, but it is available and ready as needed to comply with the presidential order. And that $1 million, that $1 million is spread across several of the owners, including Tri-State, Platte
Sure.
River,
Yeah, it's just shared ownership of the power station. Sure. Okay. Recognizing where we are in the integrated resource planning process for PRPA and kind of the implementation of the current one, I think Lisa did a good job of summarizing, like, the current plan is aimed at 88% renewable across the board. There are two main ways to address that gap. One is close that gap from the PRPA side on the supply side, or do more of the community solar work that we're doing, the energy efficiency work and built environment work that we're doing here to really get at that additional 12%, which I know is quite sizable from the distribution side. And so I'm just curious, I think we've had this conversation before, but we have this 2030 goal, and maybe I'm looking at my council members here. We have this 2030 goal. We're consistently starting to say we're not going to meet it. Is there value in revisiting what we're actually targeting and kind of what that direction clearly is? I don't want to say undo a goal that we've been striving for, but maybe setting that a little bit, keeping it ambitious, but refocusing it. That might be a conversation that I'm just prompting us to think about for now.
For the retreat.
For whenever, but because I hate for us to keep driving at something inefficiently or ineffectively if it's a goal that we know is out of reach for a whole host of policy reasons. So food for thought for council to noodle on there. I guess 3 other comments, and then I will,
You have about 1 minute.
Great, we'll be fast. One of the metrics on Longmont indicators is about like historical buildings and kind of protecting the built environment in that way. I'm curious if we've thought about adaptive reuse of buildings and whether that's something we can measure and kind of what the value is from a embodied carbon standpoint, from a efficiency of resources and waste diversion standpoint.
I turned it off.
It's getting late. Mayor, Councilmember Popkin, that's an excellent question. I'm going to look at Francie a little bit from my team, who is the one that manages our greenhouse gas inventory and all of the data that goes into that. We do have emissions information associated with things like embodied carbon and deconstruction. We haven't looked at it necessarily on I don't think anyway, I can look at Francie from like a square footage standpoint, but we have some general information around, the most sustainable building is the one that you already have, right? Yeah. So we know that is an important consideration. It's also an important consideration when we look at how we're building things. Can we think more about building things for adaptive reuse in mind? That's also tying back to that construction and deconstruction ordinance. So how are we thinking on the front end about the materials that we're using and how we may be able to reuse them if we're not repurposing that building in and of itself? So there is opportunity there. I would say we would need to dig in more to understand what the more numbers are associated with that. I don't know, Francie, if you would want to add anything. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I'm not that tall. Hello, Mayor and members of council. Francie Kirk-Jaffe, I'm an internal sustainability coordinator. So in our greenhouse gas emission, we don't usually, embodied carbon is usually outside the scope. So it does help reduce our overall emissions from materials, but that's usually done in what's called a consumption-based inventory. So there are a lot of opportunities. You wouldn't see it come up in our community-based inventory. We, as Lisa mentioned, if the building that already exists will have the lowest upfront emissions because you're not needing those additional materials. We've had some conversations a little bit internally with staff around embodied carbon, but not extensively with kind of community-wide projects. But it would, yeah, if we did add it, it would be in a more of an informational item than adding to our community inventory.
Yeah, thank you. And then, I mean, this actually ties back to how we started the evening with Front Range Community College and First and Main and the sugar mill areas and the steam area when we're thinking about how we reactivate previously developed sites. I mean, this directly factors in, actually, as we think about the sustainability of our community. Just to wrap up here, I guess I think about a couple things, particularly our overall community resilience, which I know we've been making great strides on. But particularly on heat and how we're going to manage that, especially from physical surfaces like parking lots and asphalt. Then air pollution and air quality overall, and then overall just the sustainability of our natural spaces as well and the protection there. So those are a few factors as we move forward. I was about to say the same for myself.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks. So we are now on to our legislative bills. Is there anything that that needs to be done like on a time frame? Can we move this to a next meeting time?
Mayor Hidalgo-Farring, absolutely. Next week, you're not meeting, so
Next
it would
week
be
we're not,
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the only thing I would say is that I know that Councilmember Popkin has been asked to testify on the second bill that you were sent, so.
Yes.
But of course, it's council's direction completely.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we could consider at least the second one. There's a committee hearing on it tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'll testify as an individual if we don't decide to move forward with it. But if we do, I would certainly speak to
So, I
council's
mean,
support.
ideally, I want to be done by 11. So,
Why don't we do the second one first, and then if we have one more minute, the first one would be helpful
okay.
as well.
Because we also have a member of the public who would like to speak on final call. So let's go ahead
All
and
right, let me be
run that
super
one.
fast
Yes.
then. Okay, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. First, we'll talk about House Bill 261268. This bill is an opt-in bill that concerns measures to advance renewable energy projects on previously disturbed lands through a designation of renewable energy reinvestment areas. So this is a designation that would allow for new energy projects to be cited more quickly and be part of this process. It's completely opt-in for local governments. It does reinforce our energy goals, as you just heard from Lisa. It does line up with those things. There's a small concern from LPC that says that that 30-day shot clock might be concerning, but considering it's the local government that would ask for this to happen, and LPC is part of the local government, we feel like that it's probably something that could be mitigated. Staff does not have any position on this, but it's voluntary and it's completely up to the council what you'd like to do.
Okay. Is there any motion to move to support? I move. Okay, go ahead. Oops. Oh, no, that was Councilmember Popkin. He was next in the queue.
That's fine. I'll just be very quick. I appreciate Sandy's work on this. Part of the reason I wanted to bring this up because it is highly relevant to both the renewable energy goals we have as well as the sustainable land reuse goals that we have. When we're thinking about where we're building and protecting our open spaces, our energy system has always required land. Whether you're drilling, whether you're building, whether you're siting a power plant, whether you're storing nuclear waste, it's always required land. And so what types of lands we use matters. And the renewable energy reinvestment areas specifically is focusing on disturbed lands already. So we don't have a ton of these that might make sense for renewable energy, but we might have one or two. And that might be enough. Or in the broader area for PRPA, we might have a few. So industrial brownfields, closed landfills, former mine lands, oil and gas extraction sites, other blighted sites, that all might be relevant. So considering there are over 2,600 of these sites in Colorado alone that might be suitable for these, I think it's a productive step for us. It aligns with a lot of our
No,
goals.
I have no problem with, I think, So
Just explain it for the public's benefit.
So we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? To support?
A second.
And it was seconded by Councilmember Popkin. So, okay, I heard him a little bit earlier. So let's go ahead and vote. Okay. waiting for a couple of more. Did it show up on your screen? Okay. Can we do a verbal vote? Okay, all those in favor? Aye? Okay, so opposed? So that carries unanimously to support House Bill 26-1268.
Thanks, Mayor. The
Okay.
second one is House Bill 26-1102 concerning the funding of the Colorado Drives vehicle service. The Drives program is a software program that the state has been trying to implement for a little while, and is so far apparently not quite going the way that it should be. I certainly recognize this from a software perspective, but what they'd like to do is pull money from the HUTF and direct it towards the Drives program to continue implementation of that software system. HUTF is one of the things that funds city local roads, and so therefore we are asking the City Council to oppose this bill.
Okay. So that has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Kolkoffer. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that, and we move to take a stance of opposition. No? Okay, let's go ahead and do a verbal vote. So all those opposed? Okay, so that carries unanimously to take a stance of opposition to House Bill 26-1102.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. That was perfect. Okay, now we are at final call, public invited to be heard. And I don't think we're going to make it to our 3 minutes. So, okay, so we have a motion to extend the meeting by Councilmember Kolkoffer, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. All those in favor? Aye, okay.
Thank
So
you.
now we're on.
My name is Geraldine, and I'm a Longmont resident. Before anything else, I want to acknowledge something that's easy to overlook in discussions like this. Public service is hard work. Members of City Council carry the responsibility of making decisions that affect thousands of people, often under intense scrutiny and with competing pressures from many sides. I want to thank you for taking the responsibility seriously. In that spirit, I rise tonight in support of the council's recent decision to dissolve the Airport Advisory Board. An advisory board exists to help a city steward a public resource wisely. In this case, that resource is Longmont's airport, owned by the city of Longmont. The role of such a board is not to debate legal interpretations. That is the responsibility of the city council, and it is not to advocate for any particular stakeholder group. Its purpose is to provide thoughtful advice about how that resource should be managed in a way that balances the needs of all residents. Over time, however, many in the community came to feel that the board had drifted from that purpose. Too often, the discussion centered primarily on the interest of those who directly use the airport, pilots, hangar, lease owners, and aviation businesses, rather than the broader community that ultimately owns and lives with the impacts of that resource. This became especially visible as the number of touch-and-goes training operations increased dramatically. Tens of thousands of such operations now occur each year, most associated with a small number of flight schools. For nearby residents, that increase has not been an abstract statistic. It has meant persistent noise and a growing number of complaints from neighbors whose daily lives have been affected. An advisory body fully attuned to the interest of the entire community might have responded by strengthening Longmont's voluntary noise abatement procedures, encouraging stronger compliance and helping the city think creatively about how to balance aviation activity and the quality of life in its surrounding neighborhoods. It was also concerning to see instances where some board members appeared to align their positions with national aviation advocacy organizations such as AOPA and CPA. These organizations have every right to advocate for aviation interests, but a city advisory board must ultimately be guided by the interests of the citizens it serves. Seen in that light, the city's council decision to dissolve the Airport Advisory Board was not simply procedural, it was an act of stewardship. It recognizes that the governance of the public asset must reflect the interests of the entire public. Longmont's airport is part of our shared civic landscape. Managing it well requires The opportunity now is to build a structure for airport oversight that reflects the broader values of the city.
Thank you.
Thoughtfulness, stewardship, and care for the
Thank
people
you.
who are here.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else in the public who wishes to speak? We
Greetings.
do. Okay, greetings.
Paul Tiger, somewhere in Longmont. I noticed that when I read the briefing to council, it said about marijuana, it said that 50% of the special retail marijuana tax levied by the city of Longmont is allocated to affordable housing per ballot language, and the other 50% is allocated by the council to mental health services. You should use that investment. So, listen, here's what I've noticed is mature trees are being eliminated in our parks, replaced by saplings that are being vandalized and or not irrigated and left to die. Trees have been mowed down or damaged by teens driving in the parks. Lawn job. You can't be responsible for that. Currently, the city is back to paying bounties for cutting large trees. I am here to save the trees along our city ditches to protect shading, water resources, and shading people. Stop killing the trees or paying them to be killed. It takes decades to create shade, and Longmont displays its disinterest by contracting to the lowest bidder again. That's it. Thank you. Oh, listen, I have some photographs of some really interesting trees that kids have been using for literally decades along the oligarchy. Sometimes there's ropes hanging from them. Oh my gosh, it's really dangerous. You should cut the tree down. Please don't cut this tree down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, anyone else? Okay, with that, I will close public invited to be heard. We are now at mayor and council comments. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate the prompt take-up of that, of House Bill 1268. I appreciate that. If anyone does have questions in the public or from council after, more than happy to walk through some of the mechanisms in that. I did want to maybe ask, I don't know if this is for you, Mayor, or just maybe put a general request out there. I've noticed over the last year we tend to run into some of the broader sustainability and climate action presentations a little bit later in the evening. Yeah. And occasionally that's because it's usually because we have a busy agenda, but it's also usually shortchanges the discussion a little bit just by sheer nature of time. So as we go forward, I know it's not always possible, but I would appreciate if sometimes we're able to maybe move that up a little bit in the agenda. I think some people from the public might come more frequently if they knew they didn't have to wait until 10:30 p.m. for that topic and discussion. So to the extent possible, just wanted to kind of put that out there. And then the only other topic I wanted to bring to folks' attention, I've been talking with staff about potentially setting up a bit of a small Ward 2 focus group, or working group specifically on the MUIRR zone, the mixed use innovation and redevelopment zone as a complement to the broader process that's going on. So I just wanted to, before doing anything with that, wanted to bring it to the rest of my council members' attention. This would be for Ward 2 residents specifically to give me feedback. As most of you know from the campaign cycle and just from the last few years, there's been a lot of contentious development in Ward 2. And so I was hoping to kind of use this proactively as an opportunity to kind of hear some more of the concerns as we go through this broader process. Certainly, I've already talked to the attorneys about kind of the legislative versus quasi-judicial aspects of this, and so making sure that this is above board there. So before I embarked on anything more formally, wanted to just bring it up and see, we don't have to discuss it right now, but if you did have any questions or concerns, I would love to hear that before we move forward so I can either adjust, stop, or kind of factor that in as we go forward.
Yeah, no, and I don't think there's any, so I think about when I, Ward 3,
Yeah.
I used to have little community things. I go to the park, go to different businesses or neighborhood. And so I feel like it kind of aligns with that kind of thing in neighborhood outreach. So, I mean, I don't have any issues with it.
Great. And
that's my opinion.
I appreciate that. And I guess I'll just put an offer on there. If folks are interested in replicating that structure for a different ward or hearing some, how I'm thinking of setting that up, obviously I know that Ward 2 specifically houses kind of that the general steam sugar mill areas that we're looking at for this more broadly speaking. But I'd be more than happy to share kind of the game plan that I was thinking about in case that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. So I recently participated in the Community Actions Program, CAP, People Engaged in Raising Leaders, Pearl Training in Louisville. That was run by my former organization that I used to be the board chair for. There were numerous Longmont leaders there learning how to serve city boards and commissions. So this is a plug for anybody who's still listening. We are opening up the mid-year boards and commissions recruitment, which opens on the 16th. So please visit the city website to learn more and apply to our boards. We really want you to be there. And I also did a Meals on Wheels ride-along, specifically for Ward 3. And I had a wonderful volunteer, Ruth, who drove me around all of Ward 3 while it was snowing. From their base at the Senior Center, the program provides fresh, high-quality lunches to older adults. When folks can't make it to the Senior Center, volunteers actually drive warm, fresh meals that are made right there to their doors. This was fantastic to see this resource in action, and many thanks to Megan and the entire team at Meals on Wheels. If you're interested in serving, volunteering, or supporting their efforts, I'm happy to connect you to those folks. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Councilmember Prieto.
I'll also make this fast. I stated some comments earlier regarding our youth and their consumption of marijuana. I just wanted to bring some clarity as to where I was going with that point. Given that we are going to be annexing, or that we are going to be annexing 2 dispensaries and increasing that fund, my point was to say maybe we can think about, with that increased funding, think about maybe providing direction to staff in looking into how we could utilize that to help not only the youth who are currently suffering from marijuana consumption, but also to some of the prevention efforts. And just recognizing that our youth here in there's not a lot of resources around that and programs, especially regarding intervention for those who are not involved in the system. So that's kind of where I was going with that. I was just trying to wordsmith it, and it didn't come out that way. And then also just putting a plug for our youth, since I am the youth council liaison. We did have our they did have their, because they did all the work and I just went, their life skills fair. I don't know if anybody else had a chance to go, but it was an amazing event. They really worked hard at that event to really make it something special. There was a large amount of attendance, and I just want to give a shout out to our youth council for putting in the work, the youth center and staff for providing that support. And I look forward to see what our youth are going to do moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And yeah, and I also want to make sure that the public knows, that was totally conceptualized and envisioned by our former council member Yarborough, she was the mastermind behind all of this. And it has really taken off since the first year, and it is very exciting. I was ill that weekend, so I couldn't come in, but the year before I did host a table for sewing. So we did a little sewing thing, and I hope next year, and kind of I want to loop her back in as well. It's because I know she wanted to help, but I think she ended up missing the day. So she, being out of the loop. Just to let the public know, there is no council meeting next week. We have, I believe, 4 of us who will be going to the National League of Cities in Washington, D.C., so we will be gone the following week. And then we'll resume on the 24th. So thank you. Do we have city manager remarks?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
City attorney remarks? No. Okay, and thank you. I want to thank you both, and I think Tim left. It was, I was like, did I make him mad? Oh my gosh, no, he's a lifesaver. So, okay, so we have a motion to adjourn. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned.